I don't know how we handle my. We can sanitize after every use.
Kindly let us pray. We can all be upstanding if you don't mind. Okay, we are praying. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come before you this morning with a lot of thanksgiving. Thanks for granting us journey mercies from our various destinations, dear Lord, to this particular meeting. We want to glorify your name because it is your mercy and grace that have brought us this far. Thank you for the meeting that we are about to start. How I pray that you may be amidst us. May your Holy Spirit be in this house. And whatever the reparations that will take place this day, dear Lord, may it have a positive impact to ourselves and to our communities. For in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want us to do a very quick task before we start. That make sure that you're in a table where at least you're not alone. In women meetings, we don't allow you to be a loner. Please just try and make sure that at least where you are at least 3 people or something like that. For those who feel like you're one seated on the round table alone, sorry to distract you, but let's just be, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So at least in every table, there are at least 3 people and maximum 4 people. So if you're 5 also, maybe just let one move to another table. So all of us at least 3 and maximum 4. Beautiful. Okay. I want us to go into a phase of introductions. I will introduce myself, and then I want us to introduce ourselves around that table. Okay? I want you to tell us who you are, what you do, right? And anything else that you'd like the ladies to know about you. So who you are, what you do, and anything else, one thing that you'd want the ladies to know about you, okay? And then within your group, in that round table, get one person who can speak on behalf of all those ladies. Is that a good assignment? Is that a good way of knowing each other? So you must know your 4 friends, eh? Yeah, so that's why you're 5, you know, memory wanawake at times is not too stretched. Eh? So I want you to know at least 4 people that are around your table. Yeah. So my name is Dr. Teresia Wairimu Nganga. I'm an agri-entrepreneur or a social entrepreneur. I farm with a company called Jolly Footprints. I'm a founder and director, and I'm excited to be a member of the Value for Her. I've been here, I think, for the last 1 year, and just being in this platform is exciting for me. And just to know what other ladies are aspiring and get inspirations from those who are ahead of me. And for those who I maybe feel like I'm ahead, see how we can also pull them a little bit up. So thank you very much. We'll spend a few minutes, just first have a discussion around the table, get to know your friends, get to know what they do, and one thing about every lady that you'd want them to know, you'd want the ladies to know about you. And then get one person to introduce the rest of the ladies. Good assignment? Very good.
Good morning for those of us who are online. I do hope you can hear us or see us. I have seen a note that you are not able to hear anything from our side because at the moment we are doing introductions within the tables, and after that we will be introducing ourselves within the tables. So karibu sana our virtual participation. We are on and we are in the first session of welcome, remarks, and introductions. So we are doing this for the next 1 minute, and then we'll be together with the rest of the meeting. Thank you.
We are good. We are good. Anybody who's not finished, which table is not done? The stories imekuwa mingi. The stories are. Anybody but who doesn't understand Swahili? Do you have? Anybody who does not understand English, Kiswahili? I can use my mother tongue. Okay. Okay. At least there's a no. So which one do you want me to use? My mother tongue? I mix all of them. Eh? Okay. Where I cannot express myself in English, I use my mother tongue. Thank you. I have been allowed. I have been allowed. Okay. There's a lot of noise making somewhere. I will not mention where, but they know. So we need to introduce ourselves. And I want us to start with the table that volunteers first. So if you feel you want to be the first one to start, kindly raise your hand. That's number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, let's 8. Let's first go there. So number 1, please use less than 2 minutes if you can.
Good morning. My name is Mary Moshai. On behalf of my members from the far end, she's Charity Ndegwa, under the brand name Exotic EPZ, dealing with macadamia processing and exporting. Here we have Lucy Wangare, under the brand name Onion Doctor, everything onion value chain. You can see her. Then we have the other far end is Patricia, under the brand name Divacoy Supplies, doing cereal business, and also a farmer doing onions, capsicum, and tomatoes. We have Caroline, Veggie Farms, doing ripe banana processing. I work with AquaHub, co-founder, and also the head of business development, dealing with climate smart irrigation systems. Thank you.
Number 2.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Mweni, Dako Farm in Makindu, Makueni. We farm watermelon, tomatoes, kales, and dengu. You know, dengu comes from there, and so forth. Here we have Lillian Ochieng. She does export of food and veggies, like avocado and pineapples, and Freeling Fresh Limited. Next, we have Angela, this beautiful lady in pink. She does produce of fish and also selling of the fish and a rye of fish. She likes women empowerment. That is her passion. Next in white, we have our dear Jen. Jen does exports under Exotic EPZ. And she's just based here in Nairobi, and she likes women empowerment. Thank you.
I think we were number 3. My name is Lillian Gishuru. I work with AGRA as an associate program officer in the Kenya country team. And I'm also the value for her champion for Kenya. I'll also introduce the team and the table that I was sitting in at the time. So we have Rose Omango. She's from Baringo. She's a social entrepreneur and also does micro lending and deliveries. She also runs an NGO, which is an oasis for vulnerable groups to support small businesses. Her area of interest is also project management, planning and management, and she's also doing value addition for carrots, oil, and aloe vera. Then we have, on this other end, we have Judy Gikaru from Kirinyaga. She runs a communications and marketing company. She's interested in agripreneurship, and she's also raising dairy goats in Kirinyaga County and adding value to goat milk. Finally, we have Alexandra, who came in later. She's from, she is in the Bountyfield International Organization. She's supporting post-harvest technologies and is from the United States. Thank you. Table number 4.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Patricia Gashai is my name. I am in beef fattening. It's a project I've been doing for the last several months, and I am excited to be here with you. I am transiting from full-time employment to farming, so I know I will get quite a bit as I equip myself. With me, I have Victoria Geshu. Victoria Geshu is here as a county leader representing AWAC. AWAC is an Association of Women in Agriculture, and she is coming from Mombasa. I also have Noela Malanda. She's a proprietor of hybrid chicks, transitioning to hybrid chicks and agriculture ventures. She is in poultry value chain and is also doing vegetables to just make sure that she does the whole circular to avoid wastage. I have with me also, and when she is not doing her farming, she is a Deputy Dean of Students at Maside Morillo University. Then I have Dr. Teresia Nganga. She's a social entrepreneur, like she had mentioned, in the poultry value chain. She promotes economic transition. She promotes, there's a model that she's promoting that is called WETU, Women and Youth Economic Transitioning Unit, and she's based here in Nairobi. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, on my extreme, we have Wangari Kuria. She's a farmer on fire. You've seen all those YouTubes, and here is the lady behind that. And she does vegetable powders of the vegetable value chain. She's based in Kajiado. And with me on next to her, we have Christine Adhiambo. Christine owns a CBO in Bodo, and she's a bee farmer, but she also empowers ladies, and she has a keen interest on women empowerment. Then we have on my right, Clarena Amanda. Pronouncing of Clarena, I'm still, yes, she is in the tomato value chain, all the way from seeds, seedlings, to processing of the tomatoes into pastes, and she's based in Bungoma. And then we have me, Francisca Munyi. I repair soils in Kenya, and I'm also having a very keen interest on both the soil nutrition and the men nutrition, because when the men do not eat their fruits and vegetables, then the women suffer most.
Thank you so much. I don't know where we go next. Okay, let me go where I'm closest.
Hello. Sitting with very accomplished women. Yes, we have Dr. Njoki Mitugo, who has two companies, Chickdee, which is social. They raise chicks, the Kenyeji chicks hybrid. Yes, and then and the value chain, and then she also has Skilos. That's a vegetable value chain, value addition for vegetables, and she's with a group of women that they work on food security programs around the area. And then I have Janet Asinato, who also has a company called Nyagacheza Enterprises, and that deals with produce. She has pineapples, chicken, packages, baobab powder, coconut oil, and she is also a member of the African Women in Agribusiness Network. And then another network that she's part of is Soroptimist International, which is a global empowerment for women. So, sorry, she's the president of the Global Empowerment for Women. And then there's also SGBV. She's the founder. Oh, sorry, that is, it goes back to Dr. Njoki, who is a member of the SBGV. She's a founder also for Widows for Women in Kenya. Sorry, in Kiambu, yes. And then there's me, Mr. Nui, with Marigat Gold Enterprises. We have our own honey brand called Marigat Gold, and we do the farming and the value chain and value addition. And also we have, through that, we empower women in Baringo by, setting them up with beehives and then buying their honey from them and adding value to it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Eunice Barasa. I'm a social entrepreneur and a gender development practitioner. I run a company called Lima Farms and Foods, where we are focused on bringing back into cultivation lost crops and plants to empower more, especially our rural women and the youth. And with me is my colleague. I call her my colleague because we are still into employment, but actively in agribusiness. We work with the High Commission of Zambia. She's Judy Muturi. She's also a farmer. She has a farm in Nakuru and she runs a restaurant. And the amazing thing is that she gets her fresh food from her farm to prepare in her restaurant. And her company is called Chills and Sizzles. Now on our table, we have a gentleman by the name Mwandai. He's from Taita Taveta. He runs a company called Organic Ilemba, and he's into fish farming, cassava and hydroponic farming. Amazing. Then on our table, we also have a beautiful lady here by the name Tabitha Gishuru. She's from Gatundu North, and she's a farmer supplying the local markets with the macadamia nuts, avocados, pineapples, and everything fresh from her farm. Her company is called Tabicon Solutions Limited. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Where we go from here? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I start with my very accomplished and they're doing amazing things. On my left is Rosemary. She does crop farming, rice in Embu. And then we have Angela Seeds based in Nairobi. And we have a beautiful lady here from Eldoret. They're doing export of chilies and African leafy vegetables, and she's the CEO. And myself, I'm Maureen Oade. I'm a rabbit farmer based in Kiambu, Gashie. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you so much. Which table have we not heard from, or individuals? Okay. Let me just go to the end. Thank you.
Good morning, beautiful ladies. Yeah, you're all looking beautiful. I have three very beautiful ladies plus me. Here I have Rosemary Ngesa. She's she's a seed farmer, and also she's a director at Supira. They promote clothes. Yeah, they do promotion of materials. And yeah, so she deals with the Sudan grass and Boma grass. Yeah. Boma roads, yeah. And here we have Terry Sonyango. She's the director at Jupas Busy Limited. And they deal with the value addition. They process sugar, they deal with sugarcane juice blended with ginger. And her brand name is Meat Meat, which means tamu tamu. I think we all hear Kiswahili. Tamu tamu. So she loves people. Therefore, she has no grudges with anyone. That's yeah. And here we have Wafula Nekesa. She's a business development manager from Crop Nuts Limited. And she's also a vice chair of Society for Crop Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya. So for every agricultural advice you need, she's a go-to person. And also they do soil testing and give crop-specific recommendation for small-holding farmers. So I've heard about someone who is interested in soil testing. She's the one to go to if you want to do your soil, and they give specific crops and recommendation out of your soil. My name is Gladwell Malema from Busia County. Our organization is called Prosperous Action Group. We are a consolidated group of farmers. We are around 189,000 farmers in Busia County. And we deal with, we specialize, we are a group of outgrowers. We specialize in cash crop farming, mainly sunflower, chia seeds, soya beans, cereals, all of that. So we get export market for our farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you are getting the gist. We have the whole of Kenya here. And if you're wondering what we are doing, we had introduced ourselves within the group so that we get to know each other. And I think we are nominating somebody to speak on our behalf. And I know we have gotten some people who joined us after we started. I'm checking where I should go now. Let me start maybe at the back and then we'll finish from the front.
Good morning, everyone. I think mine will be very easy because I already know my neighbor. So my neighbor right here is Elsie Muhonja. We are co-directors of Jerome Investment Limited. We are both social entrepreneurs in the tomato industry. So we have a unique product called the Jerome tomato powder. So we do value addition. And then other than that, we also do supply of cereals and grains, to mostly institutions. Thank you.
Yeah, because of time, we'll try and just hurry up on the final ones. I don't know that we've not heard from this group.
Good morning. I have three beautiful ladies here together with me. We have Evelyn Obiero, who is the Associate Program Officer at AGRA and is passionate about women economic empowerment with an keen interest in agribusiness and food security. We also have Esther Nderitu, who is from AC Agricultural Products, suppliers from Machakos. They do animal health, ensuring that animals are in good health, and also an extension service provider concerning animals and crops. I also have a good friend of mine here. I'm excited to have met her today, Naomi Mwaura, who is the director of Chollywood Limited. And she grows vegetables and potatoes at Nyandarua. And finally, myself, I am Hasina Kasim, based in Kitale, Trans Nzoia, the director of Silali and Company Solutions Limited. We have a passion in growing chilies, vegetables, poultry in that value chain so that we can save on wastage. And then we're not doing farming. Hasina also runs an events company that offers offers school transport in schools around Trans Nzoia. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You want to do this table? They just came. We just do very quickly. Just maybe your name, the company. Individually? No? Okay. Let me move to my boss.
On behalf of the other agenda, good morning. My name is John Macharia, and I'm the country program manager for AGRA in Kenya, and I'm very pleased to be in the midst of very accomplished ladies. Today, this morning, I've heard from farmers, I've heard from CEOs. I'm pleased to see Margaret Komen here, who's been a long-term friend of mine. I'm pleased to see Rose of Mango, who coincidentally we went to campus together. And I've heard from directors of companies, founders, people who are in valuation, people who are in NGOs, that is in events. And this is the spirit of Kenya, and welcome to this meeting today.
Thank you so much. I'm moving to the front so that we can continue the rest of the program.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or gentlemen. I'd like to introduce my colleague here. She's called Evelyn Kathambi. If you want kienyeji chicken, she's the right person to go to. She works in Kiambu and Makueni County. What she does is she Her enterprise is called Home Range Poultry Kenya, and they deal with farm to fork. So they work with women and youth. They supply them feed. They supply them day-old chicks. They give them training on how to raise the kienyeji chicken. After that, they offer a buyback policy. And the way they do the buyback policy, they set up aggregation centers in Emali and Kiambu County, whereby if a farmer is supplied input at the aggregation center, they can buy the day-old chicks. When their chicks are mature, they come back to the aggregation center and the company is able to buy back the mature chicken. So it's a seamless kind of solution for kienyeji, for farmers in kienyeji farming. Myself, I'm Masi Kinoti. I run a company called Adela Foods. We deal with exports of fresh fruits and vegetables to different parts of the world. And I also run another company where we do local supplies of also fresh fruits and vegetables within Kenya. So the first grade goes to export, the second grade goes to the local market. And the other aspect that we do is if anybody is looking for financing in agri, we work with different investors to finance the small businesses. Enjoy your day, ladies.
Thank you so much. I have been asked to go to the back so that this group can quickly introduce themselves, and then we'll just be concluded this session.
Okay, I would like to introduce Irene Mumo. Irene Mumo is an integrated farmer and value addition in Makueni. She does beekeeping, avocados, vegetables, and dairy. So next, I would like to introduce Doris Maina, founder at Jaya Shah General Supplies. She's an exporter and aggregator of fresh produce. So we also have Eunice Mwangela, exporter of horticulture for 18 years in Hills de Green. Currently wholesaling processed foods as Hillside Wholesalers. So I am Mary Mbugwa. My company is called Vivify Incubation. So we are an incubation hub where we inspire and promote enterprise development through entrepreneurship and development. Part of the enterprise development is farming. We could also have urban farmers. Our youth are initially in the rural urban areas. So we try and promote enterprise development through them in urban farming, small areas of, gunia, vegetables and all, which is also an income generating project. Thank you.
Thank you. Please pardon me. We are quite.
Good morning. How are you? So next to me, the lady in blue, her name is Millicent Abila. She is the founder of Seven Fields Enterprises. They are aggregators of organic farm produce. They work with small-scale farmers in Homa Bay County. And next to her, we have Nora Mora. She is the director of Ancient Grains Limited. They deal with processing of grains to flour with farmers all around Kenya. My name is Caroline Wamboi. My day job is HR, but the pandemic led me to being an entrepreneur as well. So I am the co-founder of Nas Farm, and we mostly grow French beans for export. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think there's a table we will not introduce because they'll be speaking. Let's just conclude here and then we'll give it back.
Thank you so much. So good morning. My name is Irene Etiang from Busia County. Our group is from Kisii, Nyamira, Tharaka Nithi, and Nakuru. We have Saumu, who is a farmer of chia seeds. She also does value addition. We have Rachel, who is in the banana value chain. She told me that everything in the banana can be eaten.
We have Irene, my namesake. She is in the dairy value chain. She does yogurt, mala, and all dairy products. We have Beatrice from Tarakaniti, who is involved in the sorghum value chain, and she is contracted by KBL to do the sorghum. So we are so grateful to be here, and God bless you. Oh, myself, sorry. I am in climate smart crops, millet, cassava, honey, and all that. We make value, we add value to millet, and we make instant porridge, and we also make snacks from millet. Thank you.
I think there's, in this group, one person might not be speaking, the last one, and then.
Good morning. My name is Faith Nyokabi. I'm seated with very, very accomplished ladies who I was told not to introduce because they'll be speaking, and I can't wait for you to hear all about their journey and all about who they are. I'm in enterprise development, and I'm a smallholder dairy farmer as well. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's give it back to Dr. Teresia Nganga. Thank you so much.
Oh, we have.
We shouldn't miss this one.
Today you're doing exercise, eh?
Yes,
no gym today.
And it's part of the meet and greet.
Yes.
So we'll cut that session.
Thank you so much. So my name is Faith Obange, and I am very privileged today to sit next to very great innovators. So on my extreme left is Chemtai Ruto, who is the CEO of a company called Farm Fanatics. You might want to look them up. So they develop an e-commerce marketplace for organic foods. So if you're interested in knowing whether your food is healthy or not, she's the person that can tell you that. And they also developed a traceability platform for those organic foods so that now you can trace it back to the exact farm that it came from. And then to my immediate left is Frida Kaburu. She's the innovation manager at a company called ProSoya. I'm sure some of us might have heard of it. So ProSoya develops foods that target the base of the pyramid, and the most recent product that is out in the market is a ready-to-drink porridge. So you no longer have to struggle with making your uji. You can just buy it off the shelf. It's ready to go. And me, my name is Faith Obange. I'm the CEO of Luanda Biotech. And so we are developing solar-powered portable refrigeration solutions that target vendors in the marketplaces so that they have a more stable way of managing their produce. Because the way it is now, if they don't sell what they have in a day, it goes bad and they make losses. So we're trying to reduce that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We also have a significant audience joining us virtually. I see 24 people, but joining, it's also a good time to test that they can hear us. Nejuri, can you come off mute? And we just want to ensure that we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Lillian. Thank you.
We can hear you. Thank you.
All right. I don't know who else wants to introduce themselves from the online audience. I know we have quite a number. Just the name.
Okay. So about that, Lillian, I'll arrange with Frank so that we change from webinar to meeting so everybody can interact, because the modalities we have now, only the panelists can be speaking. So we'll change that.
Okay. All right. So we'll organize that as we move along.
Yeah.
Over to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's just continue.
Wow, it's warm, ladies, right? When I started, I said, good morning, ladies, and I wasn't very sure whether to say gentlemen, but now I have the confidence to say it was a beautiful session, ladies and gentlemen, right? Right? Did you realize that if we could all upscale what you are doing, would feed not only Kenya, but the entire of the world with a balanced diet? Did you realize that? We have protein producers from rabbits, chicken, beef. Did I hear goat or sheep or something like that? Yeah, we have goat, right? To bees, we have bananas, potatoes, we have vegetables, and particularly we have organic vegetables and organic products. We have fruits, we have macadamia, avocados, we have spices, and did I just hear beer? So we are sorted. We are sorted, right? Did I hear that we are also transforming women, we are empowering women? Did I hear that? We are offering credit. We are also transiting. Did you hear something like that? Some of us are fully employed, part-time somewhere else. Others, we are somewhere else and partly employed, but at least there's some transition, right? So we're not only empowering others, but also empowering ourselves. I'm excited to know that we're not only primary producers, but also secondary producers. We are exporters. We are doing local markets. We are doing export markets, and we are venturing even higher. I am super excited. I hope you've been able to locate your niche. You've been able to locate a partner. You've been able to locate a friend that you can interact with, right? I also heard a lot about I'm a social entrepreneur. Whatever that means, I think that is very exciting and it will take us forward, right? So thank you very much for that session, ladies and gentlemen. And because of that gender rule, I want us to invite our country manager, Kenya, Bwana John Masharia. Let's just be good girls and give him a good clap.
Wow. And I'm saying wow because I don't think I've been in the midst of such accomplished women in such a long time. And for gender balance, I think I've seen two gentlemen in the room, and I would like you to introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mwambai Nesfori. I'm from Taita Taveta, working on organic Kilemba, and also some other, I'm chairing AL, Alternative Leadership, and Migondi is a CBO. So currently we're doing cassava farming, where we're doing seedling multiplication to give the seedlings to women, youth, and other farmers. Then also we're doing fish farming, and also we're integrating the hydroponic farming on vegetables. So we can have in a single greenhouse of 12 by 30, you can have at least 15,000 vegetables in it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. My other table mate.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Dixon Nyambori from Acclaim Community Transformers. We work with the youth who are doing urban farming in Nairobi region, and also supporting some two groups in Kakamega who are doing farming, basically in Quisero sub-county.
Thank you very much, sir. As I mentioned before, my name is John Mataria, and I'm the country manager for Agra in Kenya. And Agra in Kenya strives to drive an agricultural transformation that is inclusive. Inclusive meaning we don't leave anyone behind. So I'm excited today because I have hope that Kenya can feed itself, because the other half of our labor force is actually here on the table, is engaged in agribusiness, is engaged in all manner of value chain activities. Part of our work with Value for Her, and I love the fact that Subdio, that I've known for a long time, actually joined Agra to help us crack this nut, is the systemic issues that prevent women from getting into agriculture. We have issues to do with land, access to finance, access to knowledge and technologies. But I'm happy that forums such as this attract an audience such as this. And if I'm not wrong, Lillian, I think we've had a 100% attendance from the people that we actually invited. And this is exciting to me because we are coming together to try and solve issues that not only affect agriculture, but issues that affect women participation in agriculture and in agribusiness. And I believe out of this meeting that we will find solutions, we'll form partnerships that actually can get us to a better place, that we are able to feed Kenya. And I was sitting there and I was thinking about what to say. And the only thing I said that I can tell you is that today I'm looking at the champions of nutrition and food security in this country. And I hope that out of this meeting, we will have partnerships, friendships, business connections that we can make. Let's make money. Let's feed the country. We have government in the house, we have private sector, we have farmers. I think we can form networks that will transform this country. So without further ado, I would like to welcome you into this meeting, and thank you very much, Lillian, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Bwana John. I love your gesture of making sure that all the men have been represented and they have spoken. It actually tells us a lot as ladies on how we need to really form the partnership and feel we are together, right? So feel very welcome. Don't feel minority. You are still the you, right? Asanteni sana. So I like the other issue that you mentioned about the need for us to partner, the need for us to make money, the need for us to understand and connect business-wise, and the need for us to move ahead. And I like the assurance that AGRA is also really engaged and want to support women in some of the challenges they go through, inclusive of issues of land, issues of access to knowledge, and access to information. And our next speaker who's going to give us our opening remark is none other than our Vice President, Strategic Partnership, Madam Vanessa Adams. Karibu. Thank you.
Jambo sana. I'm sorry I was late, but as any woman here knows, sorry guys, you have to take your kids first. And I have a kid who won't leave home to go to school. What do? I have to stay home and deal with her. And she knows her power as a kid. Think of that. She's making me crazy. Can you imagine? She would not leave the house. I said, fine, you won't go to school. We're going to the doctor, but then what? I'm at the doctor. I'm not here with you. That is the predicament of our lives, isn't it? Haven't you had that experience? Yeah, so then I got her to the doctor, back home, all the way here to join you. I'm online, on the phone, in the car, everything you shouldn't do. To be what? To be here because we're so committed. We're so passionate. Can I take my mask off, Lillian? Is that COVID protocol? I won't spit on anybody. Okay. I got tested yesterday, PCR, the whole thing. I'm clean. Okay. We're so passionate. We're so committed. We're so, how shall I say, empathetic to the struggles of being a woman entrepreneur. Some of you might think that I, Muzungu, have no idea what you're dealing with. You know what? Being a woman entrepreneur on every continent in this planet is the same struggle. I can give you so many examples and evidence. But Kenya is in the lead on so many indicators. You wouldn't believe it. Leading in terms of women's advocacy, leading in terms of gender integration. John is showing us, even the men are supporting the women in Kenya. And yet it's still so hard. We're not there yet. We're not at equity. We're not at equal representation in government. We haven't had a Kenyan woman president. How many parliamentarians in Kenya are women? John, do we know? Enough or not enough? Not enough. Until you get to 60%, I don't think we're even talking yet. We have several years to be majority women governing, not minority anymore. We have to catch up. So you all have to do double, triple duty, as you know. And many of you are having double, triple duty already. So you're thinking, how can I do any more? How can I grow more? How can I be more profitable? How can I take my rabbits and make rabbit stew and rabbit, I don't know what, pate and rabbit pudding? I don't even know what you can do, but I'm working on it. We can talk after. Or honey. You're competing with some of the most incredible honeys in the world. Who's the honey lady? Honey. Honey is magical, right? You know it has curative properties. You know that it does something for the environment. You know all these things intuitively. And yet you have the science and the struggle, and there's not enough queen bees, and you're changing climate, right? I see that's pain. And you're competing with your neighbors in Ethiopia who have 50,000 metric tons of amazing honey, not to mention the Zambians, right? So it's a struggle. It's a struggle, and we have to do more. And how can we do more when we're running after our sick kids and our mothers and our aunties struggling with COVID, tired of talking to the banks, running out of bandwidth, downtime, electricity interruptions, not to mention floods, you name it. Where do we find the strength and the resilience ourselves to do more? That's why we're here. That's why we have this platform. That's why we all want to join voices and raise voices together, share information, share intelligence, share resources. We don't want you to repeat the struggles of the lady at the next table who's already done it in your stead, right? Even though you're competing, you're also together. That paradox is our everyday lives. We are on the same journey together and pushing to be in front. And that's okay. It's not a bad thing. That's part of competition. That's part of business, right? It's okay to be more profitable. It's okay to grow your business more. It's okay to hire more people. It's okay to challenge your workers and employees to deliver more. So my other son, my other child this morning, doesn't listen to a word I say, right? Stares at his phone, teenager. Walks out of the house, teenager. You ask him something, he doesn't hear you. You're losing your mind. You're gonna pull your hair out. You're like, what do I do with this kid? Kick him out? What's tough love look like? And it's painful. You wanna cry, you wanna hit the guy, but that's not gonna help. These are the struggles as women because we feel that pain, but we know what we have to do. That's the same struggle you feel when you're talking to an employee who's not delivering, when you're negotiating with your vendors who you know are charging you too much and you just are inside yourself. You don't want to push any harder. You think you're going to break, but you have to push through it. So I'm just here to say, keep on going. You can do more. I know you can. And we're here with you. And if you don't trust each other, then who are you going to trust? That's what I want to know. So let's be more profitable, more loud, more ambitious. I hope all of you are preparing your campaigns to run for office in the next election. Asante sana. Well, please, let's thank our team, Lillian, Evelyn, Marjorie online, and Sabdio, and who else? Anyway, if you've contributed to this event, just stand up and wave your arms. Let's clap for all of you. You worked so hard on this. Hey, hi, Stella. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Vanessa. I feel more comfortable realizing that I'm not the only one who was told, Mom, you're overreacting, you know? But now I realize it's because we have too much that we handle. But the consoling thing is we can do it. Yeah, we can do it. We can do more. Don't fear to be ambitious. Don't fear. It's not a sin to make more money. It's not wrong for women to make profits. That's what I'm picking, that it is okay, you know? At times we feel like we must run our businesses like housewives, eh? Have you ever been told like that? So it's okay if you don't know whether you made a profit or a loss. You don't even know what we made. But she's telling us it's okay to make money. It's okay to make profits. Yeah? So I'm feeling encouraged. I'm feeling, yes, we are in the right place. And I really want to do more. And we have a partner that is working with us. Our next speaker, I don't know whether I'll be able to pronounce this name, but I will try. But or maybe I don't try. The head of gender and inclusivity, on inclusiveness in Agra, Madam, let me just say Bindo, Sabdio. Let's do a clap for her as she comes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Teresia. Wonderful moderation. And good morning to you all. I would like to recognize the presence of Ms. Anne Mutai. She's going to speak to us shortly. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you very much, my good friend Vanessa. She's also my manager. And thank you so much to the Kenya Agro team that made this event possible. And I also would like to recognize a special guest who's seated with us today. This is Alexandra. Alexandra, could you kindly just wave to the team? Alexandra is the executive director for Bounty Field, and I suspect that she may even be working with some of you who are in cereals. She's working on post-harvest management technologies. So please speak to her, especially if you're in if you're in processing business or whatever form of business you're in. Post-harvest is very important. So my name is Sabdio, as has been said. Dr. Teresia is that easy, Sabdio, but Dido is the easier one. And interestingly, I'm Kenyan. Let me say that again, I am Kenyan. I have to defend this everywhere, so I'm sorry. Yeah, most people look at the name, and of course, from the name you wouldn't tell who I am, right? When I go to Rwanda, the Rwandese claim me. When I go to Ethiopia, the Ethiopians claim me. Let me today say, I'm a Kenyan, so Kenyans should claim me too. Okay, so I really love the introductions of the women this morning, the men, and I really love these bold men. You know, we called out for women and they said, we are coming too, and they came. So congratulations to the three gentlemen in the house. And to the ladies. I was listening to the introductions and I was like, what are we actually missing? What are we missing? Are we missing anything? What are we missing? What are we missing? Good networking. Okay, that's one thing that is missing. What else is missing? Market linkages. That is missing. And have you seen the opportunities for market linkages right in this room? Okay, what else is missing? modern processing facilities. Okay, that's great. There's actually a vendor right here that you can speak to, right? And there could be many more in the room. What else is missing? Political goodwill. And guess who we have in the room? Who we have in the room? Miss Anne Mutahi. She's from the center where policies can actually be originated, can be articulated. She sits in the highest office in the land, and here we have her. So let's say that we have everything we need in this room. All we need is to put our act together and push it forward. So this initiative, Value for Her, and as the name sounds, as the name describes, this is an opportunity for agriculture to yield for women. That is what the name implies. It means that women are working so much already in agriculture, but agriculture hasn't been yielding for women. So the desire of this initiative is to make sure that agriculture yields for women. We know that there's always these statistics that we keep quoting, right? That women are the producers, women are majority producers in agriculture, but they do not derive the value. We are saying that women are very few in agribusiness. Even then, their businesses don't perform. Surely, when are we going to change this narrative? And to say, yes, women are majority in ag production, but yes, these businesses are paying and they're improving their lives and their livelihoods from these businesses that they run. That is the kind of narrative that we would like to see. But we know, and we are really not naive to the fact that there's a lot that needs to be done for us to reach there. I think Vanessa described it so well in very basic language, what a woman goes through every day. You know, what you go through in your home, that is already massive, right? I wouldn't say it's challenging, but it's massive. And can you imagine what you have to go through at societal level? Now, this is something that we cannot address as individuals. What is in our house, we can try to address ourselves, right? But what is out there, we need our collective capability. So this is again another issue, and she talked about networking, yeah? This is again another issue that we wanted to address through this program. So the Value for Her initiative is an initiative that is targeting benefits, to draw benefits from the agriculture sector towards women. So we actually try to pull the market. And when I talk about the market, this is product markets. This is also finance markets. We are talking about business development service markets. We are talking about trade opportunities. We would like to pull this towards women so that women can easily access these opportunities. But we also know that there are things we have to do on the side of businesses themselves, women businesses themselves. And this is now where the push side comes from, that side. So there's a left side and there's a right side. There's a side where we are actually creating value for women. And there's a side where we have to distribute value from the market towards women. So this is what Value for Her is addressing. We look at businesses at various levels, but the businesses that we are looking at are mainly the SME level. So I do believe that a number of you are possibly in medium level businesses. Is that correct? Yeah? Yeah, because I don't think small, maybe here, maybe some startups, those that have not advanced that much, maybe small. But again, you know, these definitions are also very relative, because what is called medium here could be small in other regions. So again, here,
we have to contextualize it. But the reason why we chose this group, your group, is also to help us reach the other women through this group that is already engaged within the marketplace. So I heard this morning, some of you are in export business, some of you are in processing business, you're bulking from small businesses, you're bulking from smallholder farmers, both men and women. Now you are the ones who are connecting with the people that we actually really want to change. And from what I've also heard this morning is all of you are doing businesses that are value oriented. You're saying, I want to do this because I want to empower women. I want to do this because I want to empower my society, my community, the smallholder farmers, the vulnerable women. You know, I've heard all this across this morning from all the introductions and all the women businesses I have seen so far. So we are in the same mission. We are actually in the same mission. And we would like to work jointly with you to improve the livelihoods of smaller businesses, but also those smallholder farmers and women. And that is why you are our partners. We have chosen you to be our partners because there's a part that you only can do well, and there's the part that we can do well. So the part that you do well, we are going to support you. The part that you think we can do for you, we will also do our part. So that's the kind of partnership that we are looking for. You know, 2 years ago, we had a meeting in Joburg. I don't know whether there's anybody from here who was in that meeting, and AWIF, one of our partners, I think Jane Magua, you were there, right? Yeah. So we sat and we mapped. We had 30 businesses, women-led businesses in that room. We sat and we mapped the small businesses and smallholder farmers that those women, those 30 companies are buying from. And guess how many smallholder farmers they were working with? I think it was around 3.5 million. That is, there's no organization that can reach that kind of number, you know, at one go. So when we talk about women's businesses being social businesses, value-oriented businesses, that's what we mean. We are improving the lives of so many other rural folks. And that is why it's so important to continue to support you to get there. So Value for Her has 5 pillars. Again, I think we have the wrong slide here. My apologies, Marjorie, I think we have a wrong slide here. So it has 5 pillars. The first pillar is really around women networking. Again, we do recognize how important that is. And you have said it in very many words, that that is so crucial. The second one is women to markets. Remember, if you don't sell, surely you're in business, right? You want to earn money, right? And we said it's not a sin to earn money. Dr. Teresia, Vanessa said it, Dr. Teresia emphasized it very well. We have to earn money. This is our labor, you know? And I had somebody say, I think it's, I forgot her name. She said she's leaving employment to go into business so that you can earn more money, you know, at your own time, you know? So we have to earn money, and we have then to engage with the rest of the businesses within the different value chains. So the Women to Market Agenda, we just very recently launched a small program that is connecting women companies to smaller women companies, women businesses, women enterprises, so that they can, the businesses of your level, and some of you, I think 2 from Kenya, we have 2 grantees on that, to connect back to micro businesses that are run by women and farms that are run by female-headed households. That program, we call it the Women to Markets program. It's called a Women to Women Supply Chain program. It's our Women to Markets program. The other one is the Women to Finance. We know how important financing is for businesses, but we have financing
Do we have the right financing right now? Please. What are your experiences with financing? Somebody tell me. Yeah? At the end. I saw you shaking your head, so it means that we don't have the right financing, right? Yeah. What is the problem with financing?
Women, we have mind-boggling ideas, and they can actually work, but you have no source, nowhere to go. Sometimes you have startups, we don't have finances. Like what you're doing, we give farmers seeds. We find that's a really big challenge. And sometimes when you go to the financiers, they don't have faith in you that you can really do it. Yet on the ground, you're seeing women are 100% committed to the project that is on the ground.
Yeah. Absolutely. She said it so well. The financing institutions have no confidence in you. They have no confidence in the capabilities of women to repay those loans. Even when research has shown that women are supposed to be more trustworthy because their repayment rates of loans and credits is the highest compared to the other gender. Yeah. So I know this is a very hot topic. Yeah. You want to say something? Go ahead.
I wanted to say something about the women financing and us being able to hunt for more funds. We have to find a way as women to team up, because some of the institutions giving the money are giving very huge money, and we are so small, so we are in between. We are not yet that huge, we are not yet so tiny, but because we are operating in a value chain, if we would team up and have Agra, or we pin you, Madam Dido, to now be able to put people in a set of a value chain, then maybe we would access this financing very easy. I'll give a small example in 1 minute and say, like COFA, which we repair soils. Every one of you who is doing crops need healthy soils. But me alone with my inputs, when I sell to you, you need very little, you spend so little money. So for my revenue to grow, it means I've got to increase my turnover. But if I paired with someone who is exporting or someone who is doing vegetables, they'll get their money for value addition. I'll get my money for processing more of the products, and we'll have more women operating in our chain, and everybody will get a share of the cake. But now when I'm put there to look for 250 million, which the financier is giving, I can't absorb it.
Absolutely. And we will have a chance this later today to talk about these real issues and how we are going to address them in the Kenyan context. Remember, we are working across the continent and every country has its own unique situation. But I just want to give an example of, I know in Kenya, we all know about Equity Bank, yeah? And Equity Bank started off by banking the unbanked. Remember that story? Yeah. And the first time they started to do this, people thought, no, these guys are playing with money, right? This is too risky. You can't bank the informal. You can't do that. But what happened? What happened? Equity opened the whole informal sector to financing. And right now it is the biggest bank, I guess, within the region. So this notion of risk and informality is something that women need to address. Can you imagine? And I was discussing this with a friend. We say, you know, these financial institutions are running around women saying, oh, women businesses are risky. What if there's going to be one that will just come up and address the specific needs of women? What is going to happen to the rest of the financing institutions? they're going to be in trouble, isn't it? Because imagine 50% of the population currently not accessing the right products, financing products, and not accessing it in the right way. These are the two things that are the major problem with financing right now. Not the right products, because they want collateral. The ticket sizes are very, they are big. Our businesses are small, right? We're looking for smaller monies. Yeah, we're looking for flexibility in how we repay, right? Because it's agriculture. So what if there's a financing institution that is able to respond to that unique need? What the opportunity there is. But number two, what if with our collective numbers, and we said we are half the population of this country, with our numbers, can you imagine if we pulled our voices together and said, we want to be served this way and this way and this way? Do you think that will change things from the financing side? Yeah? Yeah, they're looking for numbers. It's business, right? So if the women in agribusinesses across this continent each went back to their country's financing institution and said, okay, this is how we want to be served. This is the value of our businesses. This is the potential business for you, but these are our terms, A, B, and C. We will have the power. We will take back that power within our hands and influence how things will get done. So this is why we are putting this network together across the continent. So what we are doing here, we did yesterday in Mali, we will do it across all countries, but have some very specific country initiatives that we will move together. So that was financing. And of course, there's the women to technology. And Alexandra here, I hope she'll have 1 or 2 minutes to say something about that. She's mainly dealing with technology. But technology is also processing technology. When it comes to production side, there's also the aspect of mechanization, but also in processing, there are also aspects of mechanization, of processes. And there's also digital technology, which is now used to access different services. So how women businesses accessing this, women companies. So this is what Value for Her is addressing. And for us, we're looking exhaustively at all these issues that women face. So there are, for example, institutions that are addressing these specific issues. For example, they are market actors, they are technology service providers, yeah, they are financing institutions. But for us, we look at it comprehensively, because that comprehensive package, in the end, we believe is what will steer the women's businesses towards growth, but it will also empower you as business leaders. Next. So these are the businesses that are registered on the Value for Her. Again, I think there was a very, very important point from, I forgot the name, but the lady at the back, she said, put us in value chains so that we can connect. Now, this platform allows you to do that. So if you register, and I suppose most of you are already registered, you can look for somebody who is in similar commodities, similar value chains, similar service, yeah? And you connect with one another. You can make your own groups. You can have the Kenya group under this platform. You can, under the Kenya group, you can create your poultry subgroup. You can create your horticulture subgroup, fish subgroup. Whatever product you deal with, you can create subgroups and you can connect with one another, but you can also connect with others in other countries. So our mission is to offer you these networking opportunities through this platform so that you can connect not only locally, but regionally, continentally, and hopefully, once we have the market actors on board, because that's our ambition, We will have financing institutions on board. That's our ambition. Then you can actually just connect with them as well. Next. Next. So these are the numbers. Right now we have about 2,000 businesses registered. But if each one of you can pass this message to another 5 businesses of your level, 5, right? You are 100 here. So each one of you brings 5 to this platform. You already have how many? Kenya has 500. Kenya has the second largest number so far with about 450 businesses. Nigeria has the largest. We are actually going to go to Nigeria early in the year. And you can imagine there you can also have tens of thousands. So numbers mean a lot when it comes to business, isn't it? So numbers here are very, very important for us to mobilize. So please pass the message to the others. Let them come to this platform. Demand from us that this platform serves you in the way you want, in the way you need. If we have 5,000 Kenyan users, if there are 5,000 Kenyan users and you tell us, we want to do ABCD, it's not working for us, make it work for us. That's our job. We will do that because we are here to support you and we are here to partner with you. So the members, about 400, and these are the numbers, yeah? So we have production type businesses, distribution, marketing, processing, yeah, those are the numbers, but certainly inadequate. I know Kenya has far more businesses of this level than the 400 that are registered here. Okay, next. So please pass the message within your network. Yeah. So you remember the dialogue that we had early this year in March? So we made some beautiful one-pagers out of them, which is like an advocacy memo. I'm actually going to bring a package for Ms. Ann Mutahi because I wanted to take this also to her big office and to say the Kenyan women in agribusiness have talked and this is what they are looking for. Yeah, and of course, we are really looking forward to partnership with her office to push this agenda forward. So the Kenyan paper, yeah, we can send you via link. We can actually put it on the platform as well, and you can download it. Next. So I've taken quite a bit of time, my apologies. The next one, we launched WIRE last year. One WIRE awardee is here. WIRE is the Women Agripreneur of the Year Awards. We launched it this year at the AGRF. 3 women were awarded. One of the awardees was from Kenya, and I would like you to congratulate Beatrice Nkada. Beatrice, could you kindly stand up? Talking about change, you know, Beatrice is in a bulking business. She's she's working with one of the brewery companies, and she's selling sorghum. Is it sorghum? Sorghum. And, you know, she's working with 140,000 smallholder farmers. Majority are women. Can you imagine that kind of network? 140,000 households are depending on the supply chain that she has created. And she's provided livelihoods for those people because she has seen a gap and she filled that gap and she helped these families derive a livelihood. That is so remarkable. It's so beautiful. So congratulations, Beatrice. And she's from Kenya. The other awardees, one is from Nigeria and the other one was from South Africa. So again, here the message is we need to continue to inspire more women to come into this space, but also more women to excel. In 2019, the awardees At the time, we did it together with AWIF. The awardees were also right here. Jane Maegwa. Jane, could you kindly stand up? Yes, yes. Jane and her business partner, actually we were together in South Africa in 2019, they were also awarded. And in a very short span, Jane and her partner, I forgot her name, Charity, Jane and Charity, they built up a cashew processing business, a macadamia processing business. And in 2 years, that business was so substantial that they built a large factory that had so many workers. I don't even remember the number anymore. Yeah, 163,000, yeah? 163,000. Or workers were 163,000, but they were working with a whole lot of farmers as well. So they were the ones who were awarded in 2019. Congratulations also, yeah. So this will be open from March. Look out for the applications and feel free to apply. Who knows, you'll be the next awardee, but show us that remarkable progress in your business, and that is when you get it. There's award money that goes with it, so keep trying, give it your best. Thank you. Next. Yeah, so the next is the ARISE program. I don't know how many of you participated in the ARISE program, the training? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is good. What was your impression? How was it for you? My dear, I didn't quite catch your name. Give her the microphone.
Yes, Patricia is my name. In fact, I came into Barrio for her when ARISE was going on, and it is one thing that propelled me and empowered me to go to the next level. I mean, I had a lot of learning. It gave me courage into business. When like I said, I'm in full-time employment, so I was fearing, but it really gave me that boost and that push. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. And thank you so much for that testimony. It's very, very good, very important. So those of you who have not had a chance to go through the ARISE program, ARISE training, it is support to women business leaders and women management executives on just better management of your business, but also on financial management, investment readiness, pitch preparation, transitioning or growing your business from this founder syndrome to a real business. And I think it was such an eye-opener, even for me, after I've even done this already at my MBA, and I've done it in several other instances. It was so, so useful. So if you haven't gone through it, the modules will be available on Value for Her, but we will run another module next year, God willing. So look out for it, but also look out for the YouTubes on Value for Her that will be posted there. Lastly is the program I talked about earlier, the Women to Women Supply Chain Program. We granted 20 companies. There are only 2 from Kenya. And the idea, of course, is for them to build inclusive supply chains to smaller businesses and female-headed smallholder farms. So this is already gone out. The process is complete. We launched this program last Friday. So the awardees, the grants are going to be received next week, and the project will start. So again, this is really an attempt for us to start to build up an understanding of how women relate with markets, how women relate within women networks. So we will continue to do this. Again, we'll build it into a platform, a bigger platform for the continent, but also in the countries as well. So this is where I stop. But coming back to the objective of this meeting, the idea, of course, is for you to, first of all, just meet, see each other. COVID made it so difficult for us the last 2 years to even see you, and for you to see one another, to meet one another. And so here we have a chance. Interact as much as you can today. Remember, the idea is to network. Look for somebody who is in your value chain. Look for somebody who's from within your region. Look for somebody who is in the same export market as you are. Make sure you move out of here after you have built, after you are armed and you've built the required network for you to go and add value to your business. Thank you so much, and I really look forward to this discussion.
Madam Sabio, you got it right now? We claim you in Kenya. Have you not claimed her after giving us such a beautiful speech? Thank you so much. One thing I've picked from her is that numbers never lie. Can you hear me? Numbers never lie. And we are in a mission. We are in a journey. There's what you can do, there's what she can do, there's what we collectively can do. And the question is, how do we do that? So let us encourage ourselves, let us gear up, let us know that we are here for a purpose. There is a reason why you are here. I love the way she describes the numbers, that if we were to take data of the women we are working with here, you would be surprised. Right? So let us keep thinking through what this discussion is taking us. Let us check on what is trending and how things are ganging up all together. And she has mentioned a lot about Madam Alexandra or Alexandria, I'm sorry, Alexandra. And I think it is important that you just hear your voice and a little bit about why she has mentioned you so much. We are all eager, maybe in a minute or so.
Good morning. Yes, I'll just take a quick minute. I'm Alexandra Spieldak, and I'm the CEO of Bountyfield International, based in the United States, but we are a specialist in post-harvest technology solutions for smallholder markets in sub-Saharan Africa. And we are particularly focused on what we can do to unlock some of the challenges around saving food, preserving food, selling food closer to the farm, with a particular priority for women and youth. And it's twofold in terms of obviously saving women's time and labor in processing crops such as grains, legumes, and roots and tubers, but also now new market opportunities. Looking at fee-for-service businesses with small-scale mechanization. In Kenya, we're focused on a project called Mavuna Bora. Mavuna Bora is one-to-many approach, women entrepreneurs who are also servicing surrounding communities and farmers and households with service provision. We're providing vetted technology for multi-crop threshing, for example, primarily sorghum, but green grams, cowpea, pigeon pea, etc. Also maize shelling services for those who are looking to extend their seasons and to diversify their service provision. And I'm proud to say we've been partnering with sorghum pioneer agencies and Mama Sorghum in the front, who has been, as Sabio mentioned, a major leader. Beatrice is serving so many farmers, and she herself has now, as a larger entrepreneur, as an off-taker, incorporated technology into her business, and now her service providers are now supplying her and helping to expand her sales to the East African breweries. So if anybody has any questions, I look forward to sharing with you. We're in the eastern part of Kenya, we're in the western part of Kenya. We're looking to expand. We're currently working with over 50 entrepreneurs, and it won't surprise any of you that the most successful thus far are women. Thank you.
Wow. That's an amazing story that we would like to keep discussing and keep talking. And just get your time and maybe share. I'm sure you'll be around for all of us to come. You need a minute, all of us, right? Thank you. I want us to look at our program a little bit. And I know Jane Maigwa is around. And Lucy Wangare, also I think I had the name during the introduction. But here, Lucy Wangare. Oh, yes, right there. And Angela, is Angela in the house? Okay, Angela, Mama Samaki, right? Oh, I see my memory is not doing very badly. I would want to change a little bit so that we have enough time for our chief guest. And then after our chief guest remark, we'll do a little bit of discussion, just a little bit, and then we'll take a break, a short break, and then we'll come back for the discussion with our panelists. Is that fine with all of us? Okay, so allow me to invite our chief guest, Madam Anne Mutahi, the head of SME units in the Office of the President. Karibu sana, Madam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, few gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning again. Please wave to me. Thank you very, very much for this very kind invitation. And I want to begin by really appreciating AGRA and the partnership that we've had. Thank you, AGRA. I think ever since your inception, I think it was in 2006, you have been in the forefront of making sure that agriculture is seen for what it is. That is that it is an economic and social power, not only in Kenya, but across the country, the continent. And also that it is inclusive. So I want to appreciate that. I want to appreciate John Macharia, who we've worked with tirelessly. And the comments have been made here by Sembeo and by Vanessa. Thank you very, very much. I don't know how I can express how happy I am to be in the company of women, the company of women who are accomplished. Many of you, I was here early, so I was able to hear, where you've come from and what you've done. And what I noticed is that many of you also carry many other women along with you. Many of you are, have aggregators able to go to the next level. And behind you, many of you talked about you have 100 women, one of you said, I think 137,000. So I really want to appreciate you because I feel that you are true powerhouses. A lot of the women in this country stand on your shoulders. So congratulations and clap for yourselves. Now, let me tell you just a little bit about myself and the office that we hold. My title is I'm the Senior Advisor on SME Development to His Excellency the President, and we sit in the Office of the President. Now, why am I an SME advisor? I think that's a question a lot of people ask. And I want to tell you a little bit about my background. I started my life as a financier. I've worked in financing for many, many years. Somewhere in the middle, I thought to myself that I really want to support my country. I really want my country to grow because I'd go and see different companies out there, horticultural companies which are financed and others. And I realized that unless we support a lot of our SMEs, our country will not move forward. And therefore I moved into microfinance and I did a lot of microfinance lending. I worked with people like Faulu, Kenya Women Finance Trust, who many of you know. And I traveled the country a lot, sitting in groups and listening to stories mainly of women and their businesses. And I used to have something that I used to do every time I'd go to a group. I'd sit and I'd look around and I'd think, that one would have the best story, or that one would have the best story. I want to tell you that I was always wrong. The woman who will start with, lakini mimi, nina biashara ndogo sana, you'd always get shocked by what she was able to do and the businesses that she would have. So one thing I do know about women is that we do underestimate ourselves, but we are capable of doing so much more. Vanessa was telling us this morning, and I think it's a common story of how we struggle with, you've got your children there, especially when they're young, you've got your businesses, you've got your social life. But imagine that is what makes us actually very powerful, because we're able to nurture, we're able to do multitasking. We know how to, in our heads, I think I always imagine a woman's head has many compartments in it. We're able to, you're looking at school work, you're also looking at what is happening out there. There's an event here, and we're able to manage. That is a very powerful tool, which unfortunately, I think a lot of women don't appreciate in themselves. However, I think today, I want to also go back with a lot of policy advice from you. So I'm really hoping that I won't just talk and go away, that each of you will tell me what it is that you want us to do. And I'll tell you what we are doing in government to try and move not only women ahead, but indeed the women agenda. I think today, one of my tasks here is really to try and encourage you to the next level. And I want to do that probably with 2 or 3 stories, and we can grow with them. We can develop them. One of them is about, as I told you, I've done a lot of financing. One of the kinds of financing I did was horticulture. I worked in an institution that used to work with people who were doing a lot of flowers, a lot of export in terms of French beans, etc. And I had an opportunity once to travel to Aalsmeer, which is in the Netherlands. And I think many of you who probably do flowers know that a lot of the flowers go there. Now, the story of how Aalsmeer started is very similar, and I think there's something for us to learn. Aalsmeer started with a few people who were tired of middlemen. This was in the early 1900s. And because they were tired of middlemen, they came together and asked, how can we come together? And there weren't many, there were a few. How can we come together and make sure that we are able to start an exchange, an auction, where we can sell and buy our flowers competitively? That is how it began, with just a few people. Today, as you know, it's the biggest exchange worldwide. Yeah? All the flowers from not only Kenya, but many other places go into that particular area, but that is how they actually began. I know, I think 1 or 2 of you mentioned how you used to be employed and then you'd start what we now call side hustles. I also want to admit that in my career, I had done the same. I think when I was in my 30s, I won't tell you how old I am now, I also wanted to do a side hustle. And I decided I'm going to become a potato trader. So I started trading in potatoes. I started first of all, we always start from where we are familiar with. I started with Karatina Market. I'd go, bring them, take them to my house, then repack them. Potatoes had to be repacked into what they call the 5 kilos, where you sew them on top. I'd get people, put them in my garage, do that, and imagine I'll still go to work. I mean, when I think back now, I really wonder, because I think my daughter must have been under 5 years old. I've got 4 children. I don't know. I think there's an energy that I think women have because we multitask, because we do so many things. But one of the things that I noticed at that time is all the different markets that I went to try and buy potatoes or try to sell them. And finally, I was also able to move that business to now sell to people like Carnival and even to other people, was that most of the traders in markets are women. Isn't that right? When you go to a market, 3/4 of that market is made out of women. And so when you link that to the Aalsmeer story, you ask yourself, what is it that we can do jointly as the Women for Value to begin actually trading, having an exchange where we're actually selling our produce ourselves? I noticed many of you said that you sold most of your products overseas. Some of the ones were doing herbs, or you sell them locally. I'm sure some of you also suffer from the problem of middlemen or of prices. So I want to ask you, how can you come together and be able to come together with a particular, should I say, intervention in the market? One of the other many things I've done, as I said, I've done many things, is I once chaired Women Enterprise Fund. And we used to again travel the country talking to different women. And there's a problem that we used to actually have. We used to ask them, so now when you do your business, nitamalizia business, nitakuwa ngumu, dogo, kubwa, what will you do after that? And I would always have a problem because many women, and I think it's me mentioned here, never wanted to say that we want to create wealth. Can we all say here that what we actually want to do is create wealth? Can we agree that we are here to create wealth? Do you know there's a group that we sat with for the whole day? They refused to say that they wanted to create wealth. They said, no, when we have money, the first thing we want to do is we want to help a children's home. We said, yeah, we all of us want to do that and you should do that continuously. But because of your business, can we say that you want to create wealth? So it's a very, very important thing that we all agree that where we want to move forward is to go ahead and to create wealth. I remember during that time when I was a Women Enterprise Fund, there was a group that came to us. I think they came from Murang'a. And they were made up of, I think, 5 or 6 different chamas, women chamas. And when they came, they wanted to borrow money. They said, what we want is money to improve our businesses. So the first thing we said to them is, have you guys thought of forming an association together? Have you thought of forming a circle together? And they said, yeah, we have, but we don't think we have enough money. So we went through a lot of capacity building with them. And what we wanted to find out is, so how currently do they save their money? Now, one of the things that we're very good at as women, is we are good savers, are we not? Are we not good savers? I can see some women are not sure. We are, when we compare to the rest, the other half of the population, isn't it? It's true, we know how to use our money, but we're good savers. Do you know when we did the capacity support for this particular group, who then became a very big circle of women, they found that because of their culture of savings, they actually didn't need to borrow. Among themselves, when they pooled their money together, imagine they had enough money. So when I was looking at the objectives that you had, the second one I know was financing. And I also want to encourage you, together with finding how you can create viable markets for yourselves, how you can also come together and actually think of forming, just as you are here, a financing tool for yourselves. You will be surprised that if you were to come together and say that we know the kind of financing we require, we know what we do, that you'll actually be able to form a formidable group. The third thing that I also want to say to you is that even as you are just this number of women, because I always believe that initiatives are started by a few. You know, very often we think, oh, we need 10,000. By the way, you have more than 10,000 here because upon you, many women, you stand on your shoulders. You can also begin to influence a lot of policy in many different areas. As you know, the government has done a lot of work in infrastructure and many types of infrastructure. I don't know whether you know that in the last 2 years, the government of Kenya has upgraded over 320 markets all over the country. In every single county, there's at least 2 markets that have been upgraded from what they were before. And what they've also put into those markets are value addition centers. I don't know whether you realize that. They're value addition centers. There's about 3 markets that we've looked at where the value addition centers are not operational yet. Now, when you consider that the majority of people in that market are women, I want to ask the women, why have they not come forward? And I want to throw a challenge to each and every one of you to go back into your counties and to see how can you take possession of some of those value addition centers. 1, because you're already doing that, and 2, because of the power of collective among you, you can actually go ahead and do that. You see, when we are all together, we can actually decide to support one woman. You know, I was listening to which counties you're coming from, and you're well represented. However, we're not 46. So another of the challenges is, how can we make sure that we have groups in every single county? How can we decide to support just one woman in one of those counties? I want to commit to you that my advisory unit in the President's office will be more than happy to help you in terms of opening those doors in that particular county. If, for instance, you were to tell us that in the county of Nyeri, a women from this organization want to take over the Value Addition Center in the New Shaka Market, call us. If you want to reach the county, if you want to reach the county government there, it's been run by KIE. If you want contacts into KIE, that is why we are here, is to make sure that your SME business goes to the next level. As John will tell you, we've done a lot of work with them. We worked very closely in the rice value chain around the same kind of thing, just opening doors and making sure that some of the challenges that were in the particular rice value chain and other value chains have been unlocked. So I want to tell you that we are willing to actually come forward and sit down with you and see what areas can we actually move forward. I am hoping that before I leave here, that Teresia women will come up and say that this is the area that we would actually like to have this challenge moved forward. What is it that we can do? And we're hoping that we'll be able to call some of you into our offices, led by Ms. Dido, just to try and unlock some of those challenges. Now, we talked about the power of nurture, the power of connection. And it's true that women love to connect. We know how to connect. I personally believe that when we talk of this African free trade that is there right now, of women trading, of people trading from here to Nigeria, trading from Ghana and other places, I want to believe that it's going to be unlocked by women. Why? Because we are able to connect. And this kind of institution which links you with women from all over the place, I believe is a first step towards that. So I want us to be courageous, be ambitious, start looking for other women who are in other countries and begin making those connections, because business is done on the basis of connections, isn't it? Of networks. I think that is very, very important. I remember when I was a young mother, I used to always insist on leaving at 5 o'clock. And there's a time I worked in an institution that there people didn't leave early. If you left at 6, they used to ask, why are you leaving in the morning? Because most of them were men and they would leave very late at night. And I used to tell them, unlike you, I don't have a wife at home. I don't. So I'm the wife. So I have to go and do what a wife does, a mother does, make sure that the children have eaten and all the rest of it. I think that COVID has given us a very rare opportunity, because now we can communicate from our own homes. How many meetings did everybody have when you were at home? How easy was that? You know, when you imagine that sometimes when you think of how you have to, first of all, as she said, you know, you've got problems at home with maybe a kid here or two or other things, then you imagine that you have to dress in a suit, go across town. Very often that actually deters you. Isn't that correct, women? You think, hiyo ni kazi mingi sana. But because we're able to connect digitally, either through Zoom or through many other reasons, I believe that is an opportunity for women to be able to do so much more, be able to connect so much more. And I believe that this is our time. If there's one thing I think that COVID has brought about, apart from, I think, of course, it's got good and bad sides. You know, we've all lost a lot of people through COVID. We've lost a lot of opportunities. But at the same time, I seem to think that people started thinking very differently. They started thinking very differently about how they're going to do business differently, how they're going to have new opportunities, how they're going to connect. And I think it's something that we should actually try and drive and build on. One of the initiatives that we are working on right now is actually recognizing what we are saying is a missing middle. What we've seen in this country is that even though we have a lot of policies around MSMEs, they tend to be more focused towards micro. For instance, if you look at what I used to do in Women Enterprise Fund, most of the people that we used to borrow, lend to, were in groups. I think most of you, even though you have your chamas, you want to borrow in your own businesses. I was listening carefully. Most of you have registered your companies. So you're really the missing middle. And there's now a lot of work going on in government where we want to recognize the missing middle as economic actors, that they make a huge difference in our economy. And what is it that we can do to make sure they have the right incentives? One of the very good initiatives that we did in late 2020 was a credit guarantee with the help of Treasury. We worked very closely with Treasury. And what that does is to give banks an opportunity to lend to people that they weren't able to lend to before, to lend more money. For instance, maybe your collateral was maybe your truck, which was costing maybe 2 million or 1 million, but you need so much more. The guarantee, based on your business case, would be able to actually help you get more of that or get it at a better price. So that is what the guarantee is there for. Does it have challenges? It does have challenges, and we're still trying to correct those ones to make sure that they can lend to a wider range of financiers, not just banks, maybe even some of the SACCOs, maybe some of the microfinances. But what it does, it guarantees a bank to be able to go beyond what it would normally do and beyond what its prudential regulations allow it to do. So I want to say that this is an opportune time, women. I want you to have a smile on your face. I want you to know that your government supports women. It supports women because not only are you critical and important, everybody knows that, but imagine you're firmly entrenched in the Constitution. You're firmly entrenched in the Constitution, and you should know that you have that as a foundation to begin advocating for what it is that you actually want to do. It's true that maybe women are not where they should be politically, but I want to say that women in Kenya in particular are probably the leaders in business in terms of the numbers. What we need to do is to go to the next level and ensure that we have key instruments, for instance, an exchange. Imagine if we had an exchange for a certain produce and it was run by women. I want you just to take a few minutes and imagine that. An exchange, you know, like that where they have a coffee exchange. Can we have a coffee exchange that is made by women? Since you're the ones who trade in all the markets, doesn't it make sense that we're the ones who should go to the next level and be able to do that? And I know that having Agra behind you, having Value for Women behind you, should be able to help us in terms of mobilizing some of the support that we require to do that and many other initiatives that are required. So I want to thank you for your kind attention, for listening to me. I want to now just maybe spend a few minutes just taking a few questions and maybe comments about what is it that you would actually want government to do for women in agribusiness. Thank you. I can see a hand over there. And there's another one over there.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, to me, I'm in exports, and you find that there are certain certifications that you need in order to penetrate other markets like Europe. So if the government will support the women in getting these certificates, like the Global Gap, the SMETA, and GRASS.
Thank you very much for that. And I think we'll talk with Ms. Dido just a little bit more detail. When you say that you want support, it's true that they're certified. How do you want that support to look like? I think that's an important question.
Support in terms of financing the certification process. Like for the gas, the global gap, it costs around 280,000.
Okay.
And it's renewable every year.
Okay, I think that's a very important point. Thank you. I think there's other.
Since the microphone is,
I'm here with my colleague, Faith, Faith Nyokabi, please stand up. So Faith will be taking some of them of the notes that you're saying. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Anne Mutahi, for that very inspiring speech. I feel very inspired. My name is Jane Maigua, Director with Exotic EPZ. We process and export macadamia nuts. I think it's the only women company doing processing and export of macadamia nuts
Well done.
in East Africa.
Well done, well done.
Yeah, so I do agree and really appreciate government in terms of the interventions it's coming up with for the missing middle.
Yeah.
As you have said, I can already see a lot. And there's one project that is there, Kenya KIEP 250 plus. I'm sure
Yes.
you are familiar with it.
Yes.
And members here are familiar with it.
Mhm.
It's a great project to promote innovation, productivity among women, not women, SMEs.
Just generally SMEs
But
and
there's
youth.
also,
Yeah.
of course, women entrepreneurs can benefit from that.
Mhm.
And particularly promoting technology, the use of technology and digitalization and all of that. And there was a call and we applied and we have come in and we are so glad to be in there. My question and maybe my plea is the acceleration of the implementation of such a project. We are part of it, but it seems to take so long that I'm sure whatever it was coming to address, maybe we'll have
passed.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to pass that message to
Thank
the
you,
right
thank
group.
you, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I'd like to speak on behalf of innovators, because this is something that I think we all share. So when you're in the process of innovating a product, sometimes you might require services from places like KIRDI. But KIRDI charges a very hefty fee to just use their services and engage their scientists. So is there a way the government can find a way to, waive those fees, especially for young startups? We cannot afford. I was trying to develop a product with them, and I was hit with a 1.7 million bill.
My goodness.
There's no way I can afford that.
It's so true.
I have donor funding. It was not budgeted for. How am I going to do this?
It's true. It's true. Thank you very much for that very good question. Actually, startups and innovation is one of the areas we're also looking at. And yesterday, I spent the morning at the Innovation Week, the Kenya Innovation Week. And as you know, there's an organization called Kenya. You know Kenya, which is part of the 3 organizations around science and technology that work with innovation hubs in universities. And one of the things that we're challenging them is that true, a lot of innovations come from universities, but not all. A lot of them are also from practitioners out there who can see how to do something different. How do you make sure that they're also taken care of? And they're in the process actually of getting an exchange, something that is a bit broader, being able to bring in investors. Because what we realize for startups is that we're a young country. So startups, in the absence of formal jobs, is going to be something that is going to be there going forward. So how do you ensure that the startup doesn't end up falling on its feet after 2 years? More importantly, how do you encourage startups to have value-based businesses? Startups start off very well. They register, they do this. Suddenly, hey, KRA, ndio huyu. With what I call the cousins of KRA. You know KRA has cousins. And in what happens? You who wanted to do correct business, you have no choice but to go underground. Sindio? Yeah, you just deregister your company and you start doing business So it's important for us to support startups. And we've been lobbying, actually, even KRA, who we have a task force with. And they're agreeable to actually maybe having a different kind of taxation for startups. Give them a break. Let them at least do their businesses for some time. We've been also talking with the credit guarantee. How can we ensure that the funds for a startup, which are not the same as when now I'm trying to grow my business, that's a very different kind of person. How can you support them? So you're very much in our radar. We're doing the good fight of fighting through different government agencies. There are many, but we believe we now have a voice. In addition to that, you should also know there's a startup bill. Don't know whether you've heard of the startup bill that is now in its 3rd reading in the Senate. And there's every likelihood that it will go through. The startup bill actually addresses a lot of those issues. They've already started discussions with the Business Registration Center to try and get a different kind of registration for startups so that KRA can recognize them. You know, so you don't have to keep explaining, no, you know, I'm a startup. They'll just have to look at your registration and know, oh, leave that person for some time. So there is a lot of work because we are an innovative country. And if we don't try and encourage our innovation, protect it, because there's also the issue of patents. I don't know how many startups have told me how their ideas have been stolen or taken off with. You know, how do you ensure that even if you get an investor, an angel investor, they don't come and tell you, hiya, so you 60% of the business. I mean, you haven't even started. You know, what are the rules for a proper investor to come into a startup? So those are the things that we have on the radar. We're discussing to find how can we put our foot forward and be able to support our country, our young people, our talent to move forward. Over there. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, my dear.
Thank you so much. My name is Irene Etiang from Busia County. For me as a startup, just on the startup issue, about the value addition centers. You get the value addition centers in these markets.
Yeah.
You get that we have an empty room. There it is. Now you go there, you do not know, there's no single machine.
Yes.
And if they are equipped, it's for tons. I'm a startup, I just need to do, I'm in the cereal value chain, that is millet and honey and all that, climate smart crops. But now I go to a facility, I'm supposed to process like, let's say 10 bags of millet is just so much for a startup. And the machine is there is for 10 tons. Where do we go?
It's true. Because you wanted just a little bit. It's a very good question. Very good question.
So that is a challenge you're finding. Currently, I really struggle so much in processing. I decided to move to Kirdi. You go to Kirdi, you get the humongous machines. They actually tell you, you switch on this machine, the next time is the bill that is coming is not as per what you're paying.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, we really want these facilities to be equipped with technology that accommodates these entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a very valuable point, and we'll take it on. I just want to also just mention, in case you did not know, that we've also been working on a common manufacturing facility in Kariakor for leather. Kariakor had two problems. It had the machines, which were based with the Leather Council in Thika, but it didn't have the proper facility. So the facility has now been built with everything that is required, including the kind of power backup that they would require. Where we struggled with was, how do you get the right partnership between the leather people of Kariakor, Leather Council, and County Council? But after about, let me just say some time, we were able to come to an agreement. So that is up and running for those of you who may be in that leather sector. And what we're trying to do is to duplicate something like that. I think there you'll find the machines can take smaller quantities and they can also take bigger quantities. The reason being is that they were already doing it in Thika. So we'll try and address that. And just to add one point, you know, what you were mentioning, which is actually very relevant, is because there's been a very big focus on big industry. So all the machines that were done were for big industry. But one of the outcomes of focusing on the missing middle is making sure, if your commitment is to develop, is that they have the machinery that is right for them, that they have the financing that is right for them. I hear you when you are saying that when you go to a bank, they immediately tell you, they actually intimidate you. They tell you that here, unless you're talking about 10 million, 20 million, you know, don't waste our time. And all you wanted was $1 million, isn't it? Yeah, or even less. You know, so that's because the financing is geared towards bigger companies, and we need to get the financing that is required, which is not actually sometimes very much. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, guys. We have a problem in county, our governors, our people from the county. People from the county, they're really giving us hard time. From the national level, we are doing very well. But down to the county, we are really having it rough. We can now start like we are doing banana value chain. We have a lot of products. We have a big room and we are like 100 MSMEs. The one with milk, one with juice, one with soap, one with the bakery. Like now we are doing wine. They are telling us we cannot join all the rest. We have to separate ourselves.
Yeah.
Now getting the facility to separate ourselves is a problem. You go to the county level, wanakuuliza utatupea nini? Tutajoin. Unapata, we get there, like you said, they want to buy some equipment. Now they come to the county level, wanakaa chini, then they tell you now, before we sign this agreement, we need to know our tech here. Now those people, they pull out. We don't want corruption. Now we have that problem. We get the investor, but they pull out from the account level. Can you help us?
Thank you. Our Kenyan problem, our Kenyan problem. It's such a huge problem and very hard to uproot. But I want to tell you that I don't know whether you know Micro Small and Authority, Micro Small Enterprise Authority, MESEA, has actually been upgrading all their centers in every county. In fact, it's constituency, sorry, not county, saying constituencies. And we visited quite a few of them. They've actually made them very modern. And we work very closely with MESEA. So in terms of making me looking for space, I'd be very interested, again, through Madam Dido, to see where we could actually use or just dedicate space for those kind of businesses there.
Thank you. Mine actually is a personal favor. I'm a diaspora returnee and I recently moved back, 2 years, I moved back to my village and I'm working with women in different value chain. We have the African vegetables and herbs, we have the mushrooms, and we are establishing the babu. And I have investors who are ready to invest in that. And I've been trying to get the government had built the acceleration, the economic acceleration units through the Ministry of Industrialization and the ICT hubs that are actually lying idle in my sub-county. But I've been trying to get access to these units. I'm frustrated from the chief. The MP feels that that is his personal property and it's there, it's being vandalized. So please, I need a favor. How do I get to be allocated those facilities for the women now to establish now the complete value chains? Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name again?
Dr. Njoki Metugo.
Njoki Metugo. Okay, we'll make sure we take your name down and we can have a chit chat later.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Komen. I'm from Eldoret, Wasingishu County. We are in export business. We're in a very specialized business for as in chilies for ingredients. And I like what you mentioned about the aggregation centers. Specifically last week, our governor opened a new fantastic aggregation center. Our challenge is this center is in the hands of, for a lack of a better word, some cartels of some sort. So you can't really access the space. For us, it would be a wonderful space for our farmers to bring the raw materials. I think probably through the private sector associations, KEPSA, CAM, Chamber of Commerce can be used to acquire space for SMEs that require, because if I walk in myself, like she said, I'll be called aside and told, so you want a space? You know what that means. So you don't want to get involved in that. So it's a very noble idea. It's happening in many counties. I think even in Vihiga, it's happening, where we collect a lot of raw materials. And for small businesses like us, we can't afford to have stores all over. We are working in 14 counties. So these aggregation centers would go a long way for the farmers to be able to bring the raw materials there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, you know, I talked about the power of collective, the power of all of us here together. Now, imagine if, as you are, as Value for Her, we were to approach that particular county and say, we want a stall for Value for Her, and it is for this member. Do you know you have a lot more presence? You know, I mean, we're talking about how many women, and not only here, they're also in Nigeria. Do you know even men will become intimidated? Are we right? Isn't that correct? So I want to actually say that some of these challenges, even Dr. Joki, why don't we go as we are? We say, we want this for our members. The member who is here. That's what I was saying. Can we even think of what we can do for a county? That she's there in her county. What she wants is help with that. How can we as a collective, partnering with SME Advisory and many others, go ahead and secure space for her to work? That is how we need to be thinking. Because you see, even if you're here and you're networking, but then you go and you want to negotiate on your own, imagine it's going to be difficult, isn't it? But together, you know, saying that we are doing it for this particular organization, let me tell you, will open a lot of doors. So I believe that that is one of the ways we should actually begin moving forward.
Thank you. My name is Eunice, and thank you very much for your inspiring encouragement and really representing the government. So I have two questions. One of them is now to the government. We don't get to see the government, so we are seeing you as the government here.
Thank you.
It is true that the spirit of entrepreneurship is really spreading, both in the country, in the counties, in the region, and in Africa. And the challenge to the government is, this is a moment. If we catch the spirit and support the SMEs and support the young farmers, I mean, just 1 decade ago, you would not get so many young people here that are talking about being in agribusiness.
True.
Many of us have been there longer enough to say that, you know, maybe we should be graduating away from it. But if we don't catch that spirit, it will be lost. And I think the government really need to redo the way they have been doing things and make it possible for these young entrepreneurs not to be discouraged. That's one. The second one is about the financing model. Just tied with what the others have been asking about the finance. We do know that during the COVID pandemic, there was quite some huge, substantial amount of money that was set aside for SMEs and more so in agribusiness. Now, I will tell you, I don't think there are many people in this room and in many other rooms that have accessed that money. I think the government ought to be asking, where does this money go? Why does it end still with the big guys when the money was meant to be for the SMEs? And yet the SME spirit, like I'm saying, is well and about and thriving. So the model, I think, needs to be looked at. Many of these SMEs belong to circles and organizations where this money can, you yourself have said you have worked with the Fauru. Why wouldn't this money be put in positions where women can actually access it more readily, more accessibly than it is now? Because financing has been, you know, I think a story that has been there for generations. It's sad that such money comes, goes back, or gets used by other, you know, bigger boys. And the SMEs that need to have gotten it still don't get. There are many circles, United Women, there's Bauru. Why wouldn't that money be available? My final question is about, yes, for her, which is a very good initiative, but we have all met today the first time. So even if you tell they're there to network with another lady, where do they get each other? I mean, she comes from Murang'a, the other comes from Western Kenya. It doesn't work. Something needs to be done. Behold where we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think
Thank you very much for your comments. And I agree with you that this is the opportunity for SMEs and entrepreneurship to take its rightful place, not as a by the way option, but actually as a viable career, as a viable option for making a living. And that's a support. And I think government is slowly coming to that awareness. As I said, we're now wanting to put the missing middle as economic actors. I think that's a very big step. And I think a lot of other things will follow from that kind of positioning. So I agree with you. Now, as I told you, I'm a financier. So I think, let me answer what happens with finances that come in. Even though that they're announced that they're going to, say, women, or they're going to agriculture, they usually then go through particular banks. Isn't that correct? Or institutions who have to apply for them. You know, you can't go and force your money on a bank. A bank will have to come and say, I want this money for agriculture. Now, see, I told you I've worn many hats. I'm also an entrepreneur in my own right. And I've also applied for some of those funds. And what I notice is that the banks won't tell you that this is special funds. Why? Because we're all honest here, but not everybody is. Once you start announcing at hii ni pesa ya serikali, you know what will happen. Eh? People don't pay. That's actually what happens. People do not pay. So the money actually is there. It actually seeps through different banks. But sometimes the recipients are not aware that that money is there. I know United Sacco, I want you to tell them to encourage them to go and apply for those funds. If you go to someone like Sidian, I believe Sidian has a lot of those kind of funds. They're there, it's just that they won't tell you. They'll just assess you in the normal way that is there. And that is why I know a lot of the public always wonder, we heard this money was there, where did it go? It's actually through the different institutions that are there. I think that the important thing to me is access, is making sure that you who needs the money is able to get it. And there's a lot of challenges there, which I think is what we need to address. Yeah.
Wow.
I think we can talk the whole day.
I think this is amazing. You know, it's very warm to be close to the government because we are able to express ourselves, and you're so accommodative. That
I'm very thankful for the feedback that you've given me. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's a big question that
we can take the last 2 or 3.
Sorry?
Okay.
I'm told the only
here.
young girl, the only young girl, right? Okay.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, so my name is Eunice Oba. My concern is about taxation. So we have a unique product called Jarumi tomato powder. So this is one of a kind in the value addition. So we dry naturally tomatoes, and then it's crushed and stored into powder. Why is that so? Because the shelf life is up to 1 year. And then how do we, which problem we're trying to solve? We're looking at areas like Northeastern, we are looking at special circumstances like disasters and that kind of a thing. So we are trying to store tomatoes in its most natural form, and then in a way that it's, they say transportable? Yeah.
Later.
Yeah, into those areas that are not easily accessible. So we're at the onset of production. Currently, we are using Kirdi, which has been a very good resource to us, but we have one challenge. We are looking to import tomato production, which currently we are unable to identify this kind of a product within our country. So we have options from India, China, and some parts of Asia, but the import tax is hefty. Could we have an exemption for such kind of unique machinery, just so that we are able to scale up and enjoy economies of scale, but also to break even? Because just like you mentioned, the concern here is that startups are very vulnerable, and we fear to fail. We don't want to fail, like we already set up for success. So that's import tax. Secondly, there's a tomato food processing factory that was opened by Kitui County government. So we would really appreciate if we can get a link up with the county government so that we can tap onto already the resources they have in terms of the raw material. So they are mostly supporting women to supply them so that can turn that into more valuable products. So that kind of a link up would go a long way for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. And I'm part of the government, so I don't want to also be, have my fingers slapped, because government actually relies on taxes. So even as we're trying to get some of them off startups, I know we can't do everything. And I think it's just trying to find different ways of ensuring that people who need the machinery to go to the next level are actually able to get it. In terms of maybe the access, I think once we are able to collate all the different views, then there's a way we can make sure that some of the connections that you require are done. As I said, the power of the collective. If we are able to get all those views, who is it that needs a collection to which counties, we can then link you up to COG, that is the Council of Governors, and be able to, so that we can get a process, not only for yourselves, but for people who will come thereafter. Thank you.
Yeah, I can see. This is very interesting, but maybe allow me not to say much of what you want to say, but let me ask a question, then we can continue with this, because this, please allow me. Thank you very much. Because it's very exciting, it's very useful of what you're discussing, but I'm also realizing that we have very individualized, company-wise questions that somehow have a bigger answer if you would agree to aggregate the questions. Like, for example, when you talk about the taxations, or when you talk about SME and the regulations that must be met by SMEs, I think we can individually mention what it is that we are going through as individuals. But maybe I don't know whether our gentleman had a question, just to be sure that I am safe. Allow me to give you 1 second. Yes, 1 second. Please, the gentleman.
Yeah, thank you. I feel as I feel like Jean and Angela Marco, when they sit on the round table of many men, you feel oppressed. So that's the feeling I'm feeling right now. But anyway, mine it's not more of a question. Mine it's more of guys have touched on value addition. I'm going back to the production, like the production part, because I work with women and youth. But now I can say like the current situation it is right now. We're in a climate change where we have to wait, where we have transitioned fully into technology. So we're in a current where we wait for the rains to come, then we start farming. So I know the government has done very much well in terms of maybe fertilizer supply, but I think they need to like a shift, because we were doing a calculation. It really cost our mothers in farming. In labor, actually, it cost more like 50% of what they do in real actual farming. But we haven't touched on that. We have, maybe the government has a partner with China. We need to invest in mechanization, small scale mechanization. We really need to do that very quick, because it's really like right now guys are still plowing. No, not plowing, but land preparation, and it has already rained. So by the time you plant, the already rain, maybe it's halfway, or maybe it has gone. So you'll end up maybe on the second month, your maize is down, or maybe your cassava hasn't picked up enough water where it can start germinating and all that. So it's a huge challenge in terms of mechanization. So I'll talk about just on the production side. Then access to land for youth. That's a really huge challenge, where we have, like, currently, because of the devolution, most lands is part of the county. Now, are you wanting to do maybe an innovative project on a land, because we don't have land? So we have to go to the county maybe and ask for that land. How? Because there's a lot of bureaucracy on county. Let's really face it. There's a lot of bureaucracy in terms of, because you'll be asked, okay, you want land, what do you want? So when maybe you've been given land and maybe your political affiliates is totally different, you get now political, as much as you're doing great things, but still you have that. So we need to relook and see how we can, the community land can be reused to be given to young guys who want to do great things. That's what I want.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for your comments, which are being looked at. That has been an issue that has been discussed severally, that you want youth to get into agriculture, but the way, and I think John mentioned it, the way we allocate land, the way we inherit land sometimes locks them out. But what I do want to say in conclusion is that just your comments has actually reinforced for me the huge value of this particular organization. The fact that each of you have sometimes similar, sometimes different personal issues. I think the challenge for Symbio is, how are we going to collate these together? How are we going to address the challenges that may be unique to Kisumu County or to Murang'a County or to this particular value chain? Because at the end of the day, when you're a member of an association, it's so that your business can grow and so that you can find value. And I want to encourage each and every one of you to be, because this is your organization, is to also give them feedback and to help them capture some of the issues that we've heard today. I want to commit that we are open. Government belongs to you. I know sometimes people ask me, are you sure? But it does. It actually does. And I think it's how you engage with it. And this is a powerful platform to actually be able to do that. So I want to say that, once again, just to thank you. Your comments have validated a lot of the things that we've been thinking about. So it was great to hear validation straight from you without any prompting. And to say that we have partnered with AGRA on many different things, and we shall continue to do so. I'm a woman. I mean, if I don't support women, who am I going to support? And women are important. I know women can do great things. I know we can go to the, we are the frontier breakers. There's a lot of things that, because of who we are, that we can do well. So I want to encourage each and every one of you as you go back home, as you collate together. And was this the first physical meeting that you've had? The first one? Yeah, so it's great to meet physically, is it not? It is. It's great to meet physically. Continue doing that. Continue visiting each other's counties. And we're willing to be a partner with you. Thank you very much.
I think we can do better. Let's appreciate her. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Anne. It's quite inspiring. You've left us with a very, very big challenge on what is it we can do. Did you hear that challenge? Did you realize that she repeated it over 5 times? What is it? What is it? We can do better. She asked us this question over 5 times. What is it we can do? And I want to invite Vanessa. In the meantime, I think we can grab a cup of tea as we continue, starting from the table behind there, or anybody else who feels like you have to go and get tea. And she's going to summarize for us some of the key things that have come up from this discussion.
We are going to summarize with Sabdio. We are going to summarize these very important points. But if you're dying for tea, you don't have to listen. But I want to say that from my perspective, how often do you hear someone in government listening like that for 1 hour? Please tell me. No? Have you heard that before? No? 1 hour listening to every single one of you. And she would continue, except I said, that's enough, this poor lady. How is she going to recover? So this is incredibly valuable personal commitment. And we really appreciate and recognize the impossibility of what you've asked her to do. You appreciate the impossibility. I even ran out of page and paper. Can you see this? This is what you said she should help you do. This is, you see this? Every single corner of my page is full. Can you imagine what's in her brain? So please appreciate this impossible task. But she also asked you to do something critical, which is possible, which is be organized. Support each other. Go together, not alone. Don't go and say, I am Helen and I am Beatrice and I didn't get the support I needed. Is that going to help you? No. How can it possibly help? How can a county governor who represents 2 million people or 5 million people help you, Beatrice, over you, Irene, over you, Helen. If he doesn't know for sure you're representative of a community, he would not be doing his job if he answered every request like that. Because even you, Irene and Beatrice would say, Helen got something I didn't get. So this is incredibly powerful request, and it has been done time and again, but I agree that the details matter. Which county, which supply chain, which commodity, which market are you coming from? Have you also done your homework? Have your investors registered? Have you registered, or are we dodging the taxes that keep this government running? Because we all want to dodge the taxes and fees and go and do our business for free. But Kenya is also making it difficult for business, right? But they need evidence. By the way, the government here is about to run out of money unless their funders find that they're respecting their own rules. You saw that also, right? So let's help the government help us. Let's document, let's specify, let's organize ourselves. Give yourselves a number, a name, a structure, a plan. Tackle priority issues one by one. Keep track, follow up, document everything. This is the level of detail which will make things happen and be delivered on, not one by one. I, Beatrice, need your help today. And my problem is bigger than her problem and bigger than her problem. That makes it impossible to govern. The other thing I want to tell you is you're all asking the government to do more. Think about that. Do you really want your government to do more and intervene more in your lives and businesses? Or do you want them to get out of your way so you can do more yourselves? So be careful what you're asking for. You want them to intervene more and do more and tell you what to do more and where to do it more. Is that what you want? I don't think so. I mean, sorry, Anne, I'm not trying to put you out of a job, but do you really want to do more? Exactly. So I think we should be cautious. What should be business and what should be government? And let's ask for business to do more business and government to govern where they need to. Yeah? I think this is really important. Because if the government intervenes more and tells you, oh, today we don't wear pink, madam. Today is a blue day. You didn't read the papers on page 27 of line 52 of chapter 47 in the law book that says you don't wear pink today. That's what will happen. So be careful what you ask for. For sure, you want to wear pink the day you want to wear it. So I'm exaggerating only slightly. Okay, only slightly. I just wanted to raise that. I think personally, you've raised phenomenal issues about high cost of doing business. Many of you have raised issues of taxes, barrier to entry, registration issues, accessibility of facilities, which should be public facilities. These are definitely regulatory issues, and I think we can bundle them together and make it coherent, structured in ways that can be followed up. For sure, right? So I just wanted to clarify, and I believe some of the things you requested are available, and it's a question of information and access to that, right? In terms of certain kinds of exemptions for certain kinds of businesses, different kinds of available registrations, one-stop shop. So there's already so many doorways, access points, it becomes very complicated. So my takeaway from this definitely is more engagement, more conversation, more specificity. Let's have the export conversation with the export regulators and the export facilities and support. Let's have the financial regulations. Let's invite KRA. I've done this in other governments. Who you think KRA is and who they really think they are is different as well. Is different as well. So I think that these are the conversations which we would be happy to see more of, more directly, but we want you also to take up your own leadership, your own B2B. By the way, some of you asked for more collection centers. If all of you invested in 1 or 2 collection centers, it'd be done. It would be done. If all of you invested in 1 or 2 collection centers, it would be done. You would have what you needed. So it doesn't have to be a local government facility as well. Who are you partnering with? How are you organizing your own supply chains? Right? So I just wanted to raise those few points in summary and to recognize and appreciate the importance. And by the way, think about one thing. If half of Kenya is under 15, and you're looking for that half of Kenya to have access to more land, will you have any trees or animals left in Kenya in 20, 30 years? And then you create another half who need more land. So what is the alternative? We have to think about the food system as an integrated place which has a limited supply. And is land really going to be the issue? This is something I beg you to think about. When you ask for land, please think about the optimization of the one that you have, the ones that are around you, rather than trying to grow. The land under cultivation is at risk. This one I have to remind you on behalf of the whole planet. Thank you so much. Now, I'm also hungry for my tea, but here's Sabdio.
Yeah, I think Vanessa has summarized it very well. And I just want to appreciate Ms. Ann's remarks. They were very, very empowering in my view. And I hope that you have taken the challenge. So the issues that you raised and she responded to, they lie within 4, maybe 3 categories. And we will revisit these categories later in a discussion that we are going to go into. So there are issues, of course, around regulatory environment, business environment, government policies, regulations around taxation, and incentives, right? Incentives, you're talking about startups. What are the incentives for us to continue to create new ideas? And for younger people particularly, that is very, very important. So this is something that we would like to engage with this afternoon, to say, if we are going to bring Ms. Ann a memorandum to say that we, women entrepreneurs from Kenya, women entrepreneurs in agriculture from Kenya, would like A, B, C, D. What are those A, B, C, Ds? That's exactly what she said. But we have to give government what government does. We cannot give government what we do, we are supposed to be doing ourselves, because we know the role of government and we know the role of we, the businesses, we, the private sector. The other thing, of course, is there's a lot around the business itself, the facilities, the equipment, the processing equipment, mechanization. There was a lot around what the businesses need. This is mostly at the meso level, right? At the government, at the county level, where you are producing, where you are processing. Even at that level, they are government, right? So we can present a memorandum that has specifics for those governments. But one thing that underlies all this is that collective voice, the number, the network, the platform that you have to engage these governments. And this is what this platform offers. And this is something that we will continue to build, to strengthen it. We will help organize along value chains, along business segments. We will help organize along regions so that you have this voice, you have this platform to continue to engage. And there has been issues around financing. It's always a challenge, right? And one thing that we will promise is the next sittings will be now with these different partners. One time we will have a roundtable with government. Ms. Ann, please take that for us. We'll come back to you. We will have a roundtable with government. You tell government what you want. Next time we'll have a sitting with financiers, financing institutions. Yeah, let's sit with them. Let's tell them this is not working for us. It's not working for us in this way and in this way. You know, if they see numbers, believe you me, that is the game changer. And so that is why our numbers are very important here. We have to get the women entrepreneurs together in Kenya here under this platform, and you can come in with your own smaller networks. It's not a problem. This is an umbrella network because the idea is to give the women of the continent a voice. It's not only Kenya. So you can come in with your smaller networks. Yeah. Let's sit with financiers and we say, this doesn't work for us. Yeah. So we can tell government, please force financing institutions to drop this law. It's not working for us. This rule is not working for us. Yeah. Next time we can sit with these regulatory bodies around trade. Ms. Ann talked about Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. That's going to be the next frontier, the next big frontier for growth. What do you need individually as a business, but collectively as women, to be able to trade, effectively within Africa? What do you need? And so what should we tell government? What should we tell trade financing institutions? What should we tell the advocacy partners that we have? Yeah. So this afternoon, we are going to, actually it's almost there, we're going to have a conversation around these issues so that we rank them and then we pull them all together, firstly into a memorandum, and then secondly, develop an action plan that we will together take forward. And these sittings with the different institutions is key starting point for those engagements that I'm talking about. So thank you so much. I know we will talk, we can talk the whole day, but we have to wrap up and keep within time. There are people who are online as well, following, listening. Yeah, I'm sure they are very envious because as we are in the room. And yeah, looking forward to this engagement later this afternoon. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Ann, and we look forward. Dr. Teresia.
Isn't it beautiful? Are we getting there? Wow. For those who've not taken a cup of tea, kindly grab a cup of tea. And those who are enjoying their cup of tea, still around your table, continue to discuss in 5 minutes your individual businesses. What is it that you didn't quite get about your friend? What exactly is she doing? Yeah, try and get it well now that you've understood the direction we are going, as we get people taking their cup of tea. When we come back, I hope, Angela, you're already ready now. Jane and Lucy will be sharing their experiences. And sorry to our online viewers, we're taking a 5 minutes break and we'll be back shortly. It's interesting. With the breweries? But you do want to work with the breweries?
Those of them for them, then we contract with farmers. We are the real agents.
So you were not working with the breweries?
Working with them.
Happened one time, then you left to do
No.
sorghum.
They came in to introduce sorghum to Nigerians and movement. Then I take an opportunity to be
So this lady who has done a warehouse on the way to Masako. Are you the one?
Rose, no.
Rose,
no.
I did a study on the Gadam. The Gadam sorghum.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Yes. Like in the hello, hello, hello. The ladies in the house. The ladies in the house. I'm alone in the house. This power is so great, eh? Hello? Are the ladies back? Are the ladies back? Hello? Hello, ladies. Let me see if the ladies can hear me. Kindly stand up, ladies and gentlemen. We have somebody demonstrating to us what we need to do. Yes, you see what she's doing? Just try and do what she's doing. I don't know what it's called, but maybe somebody can give her a mic. Come close, come here so we can see you. Sangapa, my friend, come closer, come here. Let her tell us what she's doing, right? All the ladies are standing, right? Other than the ones who have made so much money that...
Okay, we joke from where we are. Kidogo, kidogo. Move on to this side.
I can see the disobedient girls.
You joke.
Girls in the
Move
house.
From your test. You joke. To the end. Turn to the back. You joke. And then we are going to do scooting. We're going to do scooting. Move. Wale wako nyuma wafanyi kitu. Okay, now we do a coconut.
The millet girl, come here. You come closer. So you see how you see millet, and millet must be included in the value chain, right? Aya bas. Vanessa doesn't know a C.
Right hand, I see the bottom. At the bottom. At the bottom. At the bottom. Okay, C O. We do another C, but on the left side. At the bottom. Bottom. A big C. And then O. N. N. You touch your toes. You touch your toes. You touch the beautiful carpet. And then you. Oh. And then T. And then you talk a bit. Coconut. Yeah. So that's enough.
That was nice. That was nice.
Yes.
I had given you an assignment that around your table you discuss your businesses. Okay, so we had agreed that within your groups you have discussions, right? And interesting things were coming out, right? Me, I managed to go into 2 groups. In one of the group, the lady was asking, how come millet is not involved in the agra value chain? Me, I can't answer that, but I'm sure I have said what the lady said, is it? Yeah? In the other group I was, somebody asked, where have I seen you? I said, where? I said, you look familiar. I said, I don't know, tell me. And she says, you said you do poultry. I said, yes. Are you Jolly? So yes, I am Jolly Poultry. If you go on YouTube, you'll find Jolly Footprints, and I'm the founder. So just in case you're wondering, like the lady, on who is this Jolly, right? I want us to have a bit of sharing of experiences with 3 wonderful ladies. And as I call their names, kindly run, because now you're very energetic. We have Angela, Juliana, Jane Maigwa, and Lucy Wangari. Please let's appreciate them as they come. And let's continue appreciating them. Tuwape nguvu. You can hear me? Sorry. We're here with three wonderful ladies who are doing great. Some are award winners, and some are eager to know how did your journey go? How did it start? How did you finally win an award? How has the experience been to you? And how are you enjoying the making of a lot of money? We said it's not a sin, right? So how are they enjoying all these experiences? So we have Angela, just maybe wave, Jane, and we have Lucy. Karibuni sana. We'll share this mic, and we'll start with Angela. Sorry. So Angela, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're
How are you?
looking lovely.
Thank you.
Is it because of eating fish or it's part of it?
God's grace and eating fish.
It's part of it. I think I'll try that. Just be sure that I remain young. Tell us a little bit about your business, where you started in like 2 minutes, and how has the journey been for you?
Okay, my name is Angela Odero, and I'm a co-founder and the managing director of Rio Fish Limited. Rio Fish is a for-profit enterprise, but with great social impact. And our focus is on fixing the fish value chain challenges along the Lake Victoria belt. We started off in 2014, and at that time we called ourselves Rio Holdings. We were doing a number of things. And then in 2018, we decided to move the fish business to Rio Fish Limited. So we've been in existence from 2014, but 2018 is when now we renamed the business to Rio Fish. One of the most important things for me is women and youth empowerment. And unfortunately, I'm geared more towards women empowerment because I'm a woman myself, but I do have children, so I think about the youth as well, and some of those children are not women. So what happened was I was born in Nairobi, grew up in Nairobi, and then when I got married very close to the lake. Now, one of the things that really impressed me was that fish was available. The fishermen would come to you every day, looking for you to buy their fish. And then after some years, it hit me that now you'd have to look for them to get the fish. So I realized there was scarcity. And then I started hearing all these stories about, so-and-so is HIV positive. And I was curious. Then around the same time, my mom was doing her PhD, and she was studying HIV among women. So it was prostitutes in Majengo and women along in Homa Bay. And then while I was helping her type out this project, I found out that Homa Bay was one of the worst affected areas, which is where we are. And what was happening? The fishermen, who are predominantly the ones who own the boats, who do the fishing, were demanding sexual favors for women to be able to allocate, not give them the fish, just allocate. So you give me the sexual favor, and then you still have to buy the fish. So the fish is scarce, so all I'm guaranteeing is that you can buy from me. And it was, like one man would have several sexual partners, and it was usually unprotected sex. And you'd find even a mother
a daughter, a grandchild, all having sex with the same man or several men just in exchange for that.
At the what?
Yeah, that is what was happening. So it really hurt me. And it was when I met this lady. She was around 12. Looked, I knew her because I would see her many times. Very beautiful young girl. Next time I met her, she was pregnant and looked very sickly. Why? She was HIV positive. Her mother had sort of got her into the business because she needed supply of fish. So she was having sex with a very rich boat owner to be able to, get fish for her mom. So that is when I decided, what can we do for these women? Of course, on my own, there's nothing I can do. Then I heard about fish farming. We lived in Uganda some time back, and I took an interest. And that's when I realized that we can be able to farm fish and increase the supply of this fish. That if we can sell this fish to these women, they have no reason to go to the men. In addition to that, now we're also doing, we're aggregating fish from these women, not from women. We formed youth and women groups. So these groups, we register them, then we help you get funding, we give you training, and then we contract you to fish farm. Then we buy the fish from you. Then we also buy fish from other smallholder farmers. And then we also have an app to encourage e-commerce so that you don't have post-harvest losses. And then we also, with this app, we're also trying to manage smart farming so that you can reduce your cost of production. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. A very strong reason to remain in the business. At least you're alleviating people from the HIV pandemic, which is very great and interesting. Jane, you kindly tell us a little bit about what you do with the macadamia and how does it feel to be the only lady in East Africa doing a man's cash crop, ideally?
Thank you. After the introduction by my colleague here, I'm so moved. Yeah, my name is Jane Maigwa. I'm a director at Exotic EPZ Limited. And I have two other partners in the business, two amazing ladies. One is seated right there. Charity, I think you saw her standing, and another one is...
Charity, kindly wave.
Yeah, and Charity is youth. And another lady called Lois Minor. So we started this business in 2017. I left the UN. I used to work with the UN. The last time I was employed for 6 years, and I'm sure the UN is where everybody wants to go and work. So many up to this day are still surprised. How can you live there and go and make your hands dirty in agribusiness? But I was driven by this passion to succeed first and foremost. Today morning we have been talking about how women are apologetic all the time. You're apologetic. I was driven up by a passion to succeed and to take on a new challenge. That's one. And number two, to apply what I have always been teaching others. I'm a trainer for the last very many years. I've been training on entrepreneurship. I've been mentoring women and youth and helping them in business startups. That's my area of training and my area of career in the past and even now. So I wanted to practice what I preach. And so one of the ways of doing that was to get into business. And I knew all along I wanted to get into a formal business. I wanted to get to an international business. So very important to have a vision at that level. You will go as far as your mind takes you. That's one of the things I would say here. So we partnered, we got together with the two ladies. We were working together on a project on women economic empowerment. I was working with the ILO at that time. And there was a lot of success working with rural women and getting them into, higher up the value chains out in Kajiado and all over the counties. And contracts were ending. That's the other thing, because they are donor funded, and so they come to an end. And so we thought, no, let's get something going. And so I got out in 2016 from the UN, and we spent so much time in hotels, doing business planning, thinking through which value chain. We knew we wanted to do agribusiness. We knew we wanted to do value addition. We didn't want to trade because we were driven by a passion. That's the other thing. We had a passion to create impact. And one of the impacts we wanted to create was jobs. There was an issue around the issue is still there. The unemployment our young people have, and also impact on farmers. So we are looking for a value chain that we can impact on farmers, a lot of farmers, and then we can also run a value addition business, and it has to be international business. That's the vision we had. And so in about 1 year, a lot of planning, we registered a business. It was called Nawiri Agribusiness which we ended up turning into an EPZ. I'm sure you're seeing EPZ somewhere at the end of our company name. So now, a long story cut short is that our journey of starting business, thinking would start really small like we all do, we ended up being informed that there was a company on sale, which was Exotic EPZ. Some two gentlemen had given up running the business. One was a British, one was American. And guess what? Three ladies coming from employment, and we went and sat and said, we want to acquire your business. Courage. So that's how we started the business.
Yes.
It's a very long story. You can look for us and we can talk about it. And over 1 year of negotiation, we had no money. Don't think that we had money. Who of you in employment has money enough to buy a company? None of us. So it's through a lot of risk taking. We took a lot of risk, a lot of confidence, a lot of negotiating, a lot of, trying to navigate here and there for us to be able to acquire that company on a long-term arrangement to pay it back. So by the time we started, we had over 100 employees, I could put it that way, 2017. And today we have 163 that we have employed. 80% are women, 85 actually, we're just calculating the other day. And we have over 70%, over 75% are youth. We are tracking, our impact as far as those kind of numbers. And even beyond the numbers, we have other socio-economic empowerment projects at the business and with the farmers. So far we have been transitioning to buying from farmers. We have over 7,000 farmers that we buy from. And our goal is to empower the farmers in so many ways. And we can talk about that as we go along. Thank you.
Wow. It is possible, right? Wow. That is very, very exciting. Madam Lucy, what is your story like?
My name is Lucy Wangari, commonly known as the Onion Doctor. And as the name suggests, I'm in the onion value chain. And how I got into the onion value chain, I am one of the beneficiaries of a program that Kenya had with Israel on exchange program in agriculture. So as soon as I left my undergraduate in JKUAT, I got to do a postgraduate diploma in advanced agriculture in Israel. And as soon as I came back, I got a job as a farm manager. And the farm was 43 acres. I was 23 by then. It was so hectic for me because I'm 23 and I'm dealing with 20 guys. Everybody has their own horns. I would cry a lot, but over time I've grown confidence. So it was during that time that at the end of every year, when we do our mathematics for the farm, I realized onion is what was paying us as a farm. If we needed a farm car, onion was what was going to buy the car. If we needed to pay employees, that was my job, to make sure I pay everybody, to make sure I do all that. So if I needed to pay employees, onion would do that. If I needed to tell my boss I need an advance to buy seeds, I would credit it to the onions that we are going to sell at the end of the month. So I realized, oh my God, all the other crops that we are doing here out of experience and the numbers and the banks can't lie. I would be silly to say onion is not making sense. And so when COVID came and I lost my job, at the back of my mind, I'm not very shy when it comes to making money. I grow up here because I know what I want. So at the back of my mind, I always ask myself, what can I do to make 1 shilling from 1 million Kenyans every day? That is a question I wrote in my notebook when I was in campus. And it's a realization now that I'm in the onion value chain. There's a potential for me to actually make that, because I'm very sure if I was selling an onion to make a profit, a 1 bob profit from all of you, I'd go home with 100 bob. So I'm in the onion value chain. So after farm management, I got into consultancy because I'm a trained agriculturalist, saved up some money. And then now currently we have a farm where we do demos and nurseries for onions. We have a database of 23 farmers with an acreage of 63 acres under onions in the hub of Machakos and Kajiado. So we do market linkages. But the more I interact with women here, I applied for the Y Awards, I was top 20, but I saw Beatrice and her model and I said, wow, this is where I am headed. I was among the top 20, but the goal is to have 1,000 acres under onions in, locally with our farmers, and also to do a bulking center for the same. So I think it's really doable because we are in the business of an everyday consumable, an onion. So if you eat the onions, I always say, thank you for supporting the onion value chain. Thank you.
Wow. This is amazing. I actually agree. I mean, if you decided to come with an onion for every person here, you'd go home with some money. Wow, so you're in the right value chain. And what challenges have you gone through, Madam Angela, when you're trying to put up these things together?
Thank you very much. The fish value chain is male dominated. I mean, that's no secret. Now, they own the businesses, they own the boats, and they are the fishermen. So they're not very welcoming to women. So when we started cage fish farming, one of the first things was you're interfering with our fishing grounds, or we can't pass, our boats can't pass and go wherever they want. And then there was this taboo that when women get into a boat, the boat will sink. So I told myself, I mean, that's your business. I mean, we go on boats for leisure all the time. I don't see those boats sinking. So I told myself, I'm going to sit there and do me, So there was a lot of barazas, held, and I was summoned and I was spoken to, and I was told I'm a big-headed woman, from Nairobi coming to spoil the women. And I just pushed on. And I went and went and went. I mean, to the point where it got to a point where now no one stopped. I mean, people stopped talking. So it was normal to see me there. And they would see me and say, she has come again. So it just became normal. And with that, I pushed and pushed and pushed. And I don't have, by the way, my background is not in aquaculture. My background is finance. So I got to know, I had so much knowledge just from being there, hands-on. Of course, I burnt my fingers through telephone farming. Then I went down there, I was hands-on, and I acquired so much knowledge that I found myself now being a center where people would come and ask me for advice. Those same men who didn't want me there would come and ask me for advice. And because I just pushed and just went on and said, I'm not going to be stopped by these naysayers. Recently, I was voted in the chair of the Commercial Aquaculture Association of Kenya, which is a group of medium-sized cage fish farmers who contribute to about 80% of the cage fish farm fish produced in Kenya. So I would say that for me, that challenge, it grew me. Yeah, it grew me and helped me. I was one of those people who would never stand and speak in front of people. In fact, when I would go into a room, I'd want to go and sit at the back. And if I was called upon to say something, I would plead and beg and say, please don't ask me to say anything. For now, given that the fish value chain is male dominated, what usually happens, you go into a meeting, it's a very small sector in Kenya right now, it's growing. You go into a meeting and they want someone to talk, chances are I'll be asked to talk. So I always make sure I have some notes prepared for when I'll be called upon. So for me, I'd say that challenge grew me, and I'm working with so many women to make sure that we show these men that anything that they can do, we can do 10 times better.
Wow, that's an interesting way of solving challenges. Like if you think you can't do it, you prepare in advance. Yeah, you prepare your presentation, whatever, just in case you're asked to speak. I think I like that. And Jane, what kind of challenges have you gone through? Lucy. Yeah.
For me, the challenges that I went through were more intrapersonal than they were from the outside, because I've had the favor from God and acceptance from people in what I do. But I always had the challenges within me. Running a business needs emotional intelligence. I don't know if you go through that. There's a lot of self-doubt in it. You realize, yeah, in the fish sector or any other sector, but there are other softer skills that are needed to run the business, because you realize you're doing fish. Within no time, you're a brand. You need to understand what a brand is. So for me, the challenges that I faced most were from within myself. Me accepting myself that, yes, this is my business. At first, when people would call me onion doctor, I would always shy away. Nowadays, when they call me, I'm like, yes, that's me. So for me, growing up, or should I say growing emotionally, having the emotional intelligence to understand business is hard, you will try. For me, that was the greatest challenge. And the more I do it, the more I embrace myself, and the more I accept that I am a woman who is making change and I'm occupying space. So for me, that has been it, the main challenge.
Great. Jane, maybe I would want to from the discussion, I feel you're a successful, don't doubt it. We said, Vanessa told us here, yeah? we are, and we are okay with it. What is that one thing that you'd want to tell the ladies in the platform that they must pay attention to for them to be in the level you are in, or even beyond where you are?
Thank you for believing that I am a success. starting from where she spoke, and self-doubt, is a ghost that haunts women everywhere we go, no matter how you project yourself. So if I was going to talk about challenges, that's one of the challenges that I keep overcoming, self-doubt, but the other one is perception by those that you're interacting with. Be it financiers, be it landlords. I remember one time when we were starting in 2017, and we had nothing. We had walked all over the way we do start our businesses. You're walking everywhere, trying to connect this and that. And one of our to-do list was to meet the landlord. We are based at Samia Industrial Park to try and negotiate some areas that had been there from the previous owners of the business. And somebody booked for us the appointment with the managing director of Samia, and we walked in. He's not the one there now, so don't think it's the one that is there. He left a long time ago. So we walked in there to the boardroom, and this boardroom was amazing. Those corporate boardrooms that the table is from here up to the end with black seats and so good. And he was a Mzungu sitting right at the end. Sorry, it's not about Mzungu. It's just the way we were feeling that day. Yeah? So we walked in. It was me and Charity. We were looking like market women. We were so tired, literally dusty, having walked to the farmers, to everywhere. And he was so smartly dressed in this white shirt and red tie. And we are here to negotiate rent arrears. And they were huge. They were huge areas. So self-doubt spirit just came in, and I'm the one that leads the business, so I'm the spokesperson. So I collected myself together. And as we walked in, he was doing his head like this, and saying what I'm saying, exactly what I'm saying. I see where this is going. I can see where this is going. As in, who are you? I didn't get intimidated. I collected myself and sat and introduced myself. I'm the managing director of Exotic EPZ Limited. And I am here to discuss, how we can arrange some form of payment plan. Anyway, the long and short of it is that he ended up being our best friend. So I would say that there's so many challenges we face. I know you asked me, what can I tell the ladies? And this is one of my highlight moments to share with the ladies about how to surmount challenges, because I believe success in business is not the money we are making, those revenues. It's about the ability to solve problems, because business is about problems. Every day you get a challenge, every day of different nature. So it's about believing yourself. It's about ensuring that you are very organized. I mean, if I mentioned we wanted to run a corporate business, so that we knew from the beginning, as much as we were going to start small. So it's about getting formal. It's about not fearing KRA. So we are not starting businesses for KRA. Remember that. If you're starting a business for KRA, you will never scale. You need to take your business as a formal corporate business and ensure you're very structured and very organized, and you keep your records right. I mean, you're not going to be given money by financiers because we are women. Nobody's going to do that. Even if we talk from morning to evening, that I know and I have experienced. Being a woman may open a door and give you a seat, because there's a lot of funds, branded women, but your business must be feasible. Your records must show that it is a viable business. You must show that you have a team. You must show you have the licenses, the standards are there, the certifications are there. It's about running a business. It's not about being a woman in this business world. So that's something I would like to inspire the women about, that we are able to really be billionaires of dollars. I'm not one yet, but I aspire there. But it depends on the outlook, the perspective that you have, and the risk, and therefore that passion that comes with that, and the risk taking that comes with that. So there's a lot I can say. And being in a male-dominated sector, because macadamia nuts, all the big boys, we know them, and we get they try to intimidate, especially at the beginning. We were given ultimatum, verbal, it was not written, but we were told we are giving those women 6 months. 6 months, and it was delivered to us, and they will have closed. They cannot operate in this sector. So we normally say we will write a book one of these days, because it's now 4 years later, and we are here and we are thriving and we are going to lead the sector. That's what we believe.
Wow. That's quite encouraging. I like what you say, that it's not just about being women. Women will open the door. The name women will open the door, but we must put structures in place. We must have the systems. We must get out of the housewife businesses and put a system and not fear KRA.
And therefore we must invest, because all these things will cost money. Compliance costs money, but non-compliance is more expensive. I'll give you a little story that on the 4th day after starting our business, before the day 4, we were running machines, and we had literally emptied all the money we could. We had borrowed from our daddies, our husbands, our mothers, our shoshos, everybody. We had no money left anywhere. And one of our workers goes to a machine and puts their hand, a machine they're not supposed to go, and you can guess what happened. It was a night shift. And we had not taken insurance, because it's day 4. We never think of insurance, right? How many of you have taken insurance for your business? What? Okay, medical, yes, but for business. I can count, the hands are a handful. So if you're running any machine, whether small or big, even a panga, which you have employed somebody to do, please take some form of insurance, because we met a challenge we have never seen. So it's about a business having systems. It's about compliance. It's about WIBA is compliance. So I would say ensure you have checked all the compliances of your business.
Thank you very much. And maybe as we close this discussion, starting from maybe Angela, and we had the government, and I can see the government is still around. If you were to say something that you'd want the government to know to improve your business, what is that one thing that you think will improve yours, but also in general the businesses of these women?
Sorry. Government is an integral part of our businesses. I mean, they work for us and with us. So it's important to look at them as an ally, not as someone who just comes to collect taxes from you, because those taxes they collect from you are supposed to provide services that will make your business better. So one thing I would like to say to government is we definitely want to work together with you. And in my case, in the aquaculture business, what I'd say is mainly cage fish farming has been unregulated. And there's been a lot of talk about regulation, and it's actually going on now. And I know one of the things that has happened to our association, we've been called traitors, because we have worked with the government and we are supporting regulation. So I would tell the government to involve people, like businesses, especially the small businesses, more in regulation, so that you get to know what they need and what their problems are. And they also understand, what you're doing, because you're working together. And then education. Educate them on these regulations. So when you involve them, educate them, we're able to work together and build what we want to build. For me, I believe in inclusivity for everybody. If we're in this sector together, let's work together to build it. You're not going to do anything on your own. You're not going to sit and say, oh, government is doing this and the other, and just blame them. You're in the same space. Yeah, you're in the same country, you're trying to achieve more or less the same thing. So work together with the government. And the government, please listen to us. And please talk to us. We want to talk to you. We're not running. We want to comply. We want to, do what we want to make money. But we also realize that you need money to run the country. So let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the onion doctor, what do you want to tell the government that you think would improve the life, the agribusinesses of the women?
First of all, I'd like to say many thanks to the government. Right now, most of the rural areas where big farms are located are accessible. We have access roads that are tarmac to almost all those areas. So that's a big congratulations to the government. Another one I'd like to say a congratulations to them is I have seen them, or I have had an eye. I saw the Kenya Meat Commission revive back. That's them trying to put an effort in the livestock value chain, because there's money to be made, there's rangelands, there's ASAL and all that kind of thing. So my request would be for them, the efforts they are putting in cereals, we have cereal boards. The efforts they are putting in livestock, we have livestock boards. Could they actually do the same for other value chains? Because you go to an investor and they will ask you, what is the insurance policy for these? How are we de-risking the horticultural sector? If the government could put the same effort it has put in the value chains in agriculture, we would be in a better place. But all in all, thank you very much. Now I can access my onions from my farm. I will move to the farm comfortably using any bypass to get anywhere. So for that, thank you very much.
Wow. And so you can also have onions in the market, in whichever market.
Whichever market, whichever time, there's no issue of, yes, trucks are still getting stuck in the farms, but we're not talking about the scenario we had 10 years ago. There's
Thank you.
progress.
Thank you. And Jane, what would you want to tell the government?
Government is a partner, just like has been said already, and really to appreciate what government is doing. It's doing a lot, and some of this a lot that is doing is not known. You know, like what was being said today, there are people that did not know that there's infrastructure that we can use that is in the counties. Whether you want to do value addition, whether you want to do your park houses, if infrastructure is there in the counties, and it's about an information gap that exists. So I would urge that government tries to close this gap, government and its partners, which is what Value for Her and Agra is doing, which we really appreciate that it's doing that. And then the aspect of compliances are expensive. You know, I know government has continued to review the ease of doing business, you know, the various certifications that we must, and licenses especially, that we must have. You know, if I count the number of licenses we have, in terms of monetary costs, it's a lot of money. And the way they approach, the approach when you're not, and let me just put it, the way they force compliance sometimes, that you have to use certain institutions which are not really doing their job. For example, if I just give an example so that it doesn't remain up there. Our company, being a food processing, we have to get like food and hygiene license. And it's a requirement that we use the county government institutions, to the medical officers, to do that work, to assess, to come and assess our staff and all that. Yet there's a challenge there. Let me just put it that there's a challenge because they won't do it the way it's supposed to be done. For us, it's not a compliance thing. We want to know that every worker is healthy. We just don't want to pay and get the certificate. You know what I mean? Like you pay money and get the certificate and they don't get, you really don't know whether people are sick or not sick. So, and when we try to work with other institutions, then they won't give you license if you go through others. So it's about, I know it's a problem we have in Kenya, but again, whom do we go to? We have to take it back to the government to clean up some of those things that they do.
Thank you very much. Wonderful ladies, it's very inspiring stories. And I can tell that the ladies also are looking at these wonderful girls here and thinking, wow, how did they make it? I want to maybe give an opportunity for like 5 questions for the first 5 hands that are raised. Yes, I have one there. Second goes there, and third, fourth, and fifth. Okay. So, Mike. I suggest we first ask the questions, the 5 questions from the 5 people, and then we'll take a round to answer. And if you're directing it to a specific person, kindly mention the name.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is not really a question, but it's just a thought that is so a lot on my mind as they were sharing the experiences. And I'm like, being a woman who is an entrepreneur, okay, that is one thing, but also running a very successful and how do I call it? A business that is making impact out there. You have to separate your being a woman from the prerequisites, the requirements, and the conditions that will enable your business to stand out there. That is what is actually playing in my mind. Because I'm questioning myself, I'm like, what about the men who are in business? Are they exempted from KRA? Are they exempted from checkups by KEBS? Are they exempted from any other standardizations? They are not. So I think as women entrepreneurs, we have to go a notch higher. Yes, let's feel our feelings. Let's face the challenges that face us uniquely as women, and more so even as a rural woman. You have your own challenges, but let's of course, get the support of government so that we can also put our houses in order. This is something that has come out so strongly from these ladies, and I really commend you for having been where you are. You're such a great team. Good pace setters for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my question will go to Onion Doctor. We've got a lot of onions coming from Tanzania. And we have so many onion farmers, especially in Nyeri, who used to do onions as a commercial entity, but they had issues with soil. Would you be willing to partner with COFA and I show you where those women are so that you can scale up your volume of women who are growing for you and the acreage right in Kenya? Because they're already having the problem of soil, which we are handling, then you can be able to provide for them the seedlings, the seeds, the technical know-how, and also the market.
Mine is not a question. Wow, that's all I can say. You three ladies are doing amazing things. And I like the way you mentioned about the imposter or the warrior syndrome. You know, the woman warrior syndrome. And my group here, when we were asked to discuss, when he told us to discuss, they were asking me, how old have you been in business? I said, I'm going to turn 20 in January. Then they said, what? I said, yeah. They said, what has happened in 20 years? I said, I was doing a year for 15 years, expecting that something will drop from the sky because I'm a woman. And so I really like that you brought that out. And I'd like to tell the women in this room, warrior syndrome does not work. What Jane has said is the only thing that will make you work. Even if Agra or value for her today was to put a fund there with $20 million, you'll need to comply to get that money. So it's not about just accessing finance, you're accessing finance how? The other thing I would like to just add, and I think it was mentioned there, is being a go-getter. The two ladies, you're just amazing. You're the one in the fish industry, which is mentioning about the men. If you're not a go-getter, nobody will get you in. So I was telling them, the Kenya Innovation Week, I had Ms. Ann Mutai was attending yesterday. And I registered online to attend, and I never got a response. And I said, I'm going. And when I reached the entrance, they said, we can't see your name. I said, but I registered. They said, but you must be a delegate. I said, but I registered. And eventually they called the head of the unit and I was given a badge and I attended the event. So you must sometimes push that door a little bit. It will not just open. So later on, I think we are going to discuss other issues that we can give to value for her, which in my opinion, sister circles in the same value chains could really go a long way. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to try it. Oh, yeah. Well, I have to learn it. Good, good, good. Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's get our hands dirty a bit. Huh? How much? How hard? How long? Okay? You all inferred that it was a struggle and whatnot, and it was a long journey. How many people invested in the beginning? How did you get that financing? Really, let's talk about it. Because I think, you know, one of you is a financial background, actually, even. And you managed to get some kind of financing where you did a long-term buyout, which is very, very interesting and sophisticated. So let's talk about it. That's the first thing. You know, who came in? Who are your early investors? How did you negotiate? What would enable you to triple your business from today forward? What's the gap, the barrier to triple your business from today going forward? Thank you.
That was the last five.
Hi, my name is Tabitha Gishiro. I'm the founder of Tabicon Solutions. We're in the macadamia value chain, and I have to attest. Many is just to say thanks for Exotic. Jane, she's been buying our macadamia for not this the second year, and I can say she's doing a really good job. and especially because for the macadamia sector is a well-dominated industry, and she's been able to put in effort and even give competitive prices, which is very major in that industry. So thank you, and I'm happy actually here to be here because it's the first time I'm meeting Jane, so I'm grateful to be here in this meeting.
Wow, that's a very inspiring questions and insights. And I don't know how our ladies want to answer them. Jane, there was quite a mention of your name. Tackle I think the two questions.
Thank you for the questions, and thank you for the appreciation. That is one of my lady farmers. I didn't tell her to say that. I was so glad to meet her. We use technology to buy. So we have partnered with Safaricom, and we use an app where we buy directly and pay to M-Pesa. So sometimes we don't meet our farmers, but they get money right from to their phone in their farms. So glad to meet. Yeah, so the question is, how did we start? How did we raise money? I think that was this question that was directed to me. Like I said, the three of us, we had just come from employment. In fact, we stayed out between 2016 and 2017. It's a whole year. We have families, we have lives to lead. And so the money we had was already depleted. And we didn't have money really sufficient for the kind of business we were looking at. So the first thing that we do, and we always do, is to do a business plan. So we did a business plan. Many of us start business without thinking through the business. So as we decided to spend some 2 weeks and put together our thoughts on business, the operations, the requirements that we need in terms of technology, in terms of human resource, in terms of markets, customers, in terms of the legal status we needed, because that was going to cost money. We had already decided we are going to EPZ. For you to be an EPZ company, and by the way, to demystify for you, anybody can have a EPZ company. We used to think it's for foreign investors. EPZ, even Kenyans are encouraged to turn their companies into EPZ. So for you to be EPZ, you have to pay 100,000 Kenya shillings for license, only for EPZ. So anyway, we did our business plan, we did our costing, and we knew we were up for a challenge. It was a big costing over there. And we started looking at what savings we had ourselves and what more we could get from the immediate circles, our families, my husband and my sister friends. My colleagues are not married, so we're looking at parents. Even me, I looked at my parents. Who can support us? Who can put in whatever money they can put in? So we did a lot of selling, pitching to those around us that we could reach out to. And they did respond. Some didn't respond, some bought into the idea. Now the thing of the factory, that was really a miracle, I can call it, because to get this previous owner of the factory to agree to give us a factory and we pay over time, that was a lot of negotiation and a lot of favor from God, actually. And we just say it's favor. It's not your everyday thing, but it happened. So that was settled. But having a factory is one thing, and having money to run it, operations is another. So I took all the pension I had saved, all my working life. You think that money you will need it for when you're old. I took it, all of it. I convinced my husband, let me just use it into, you have to convince husbands, it's your money, but you have to get buy-in. Luckily, I have a very supportive husband, and my colleagues also got money, and we put in. It was not enough. So we kept being cash negative all the time, but we had this firm belief that we were going to make it. So we kept negotiating. It's about negotiation. For ours, it was negotiating with customers in terms of payment terms. Farmers, there was no negotiation. By the way, farmers, you have to pay them. She's there seated. She will not accept you to go away with her nuts if you do not pay her immediately. So we went around all the banks that you know. That's the other thing we did. There's no bank manager that we did not meet. And they were finding the story very interesting. The projections, the way you do your projections on Excel, it's so easy. You do the first cell, and then you drag by multiples, and it looks very good. And so they could tell us, yeah, this looks interesting, but what business have you done? Show us your history. Show us your bank records. We had zero. We didn't even have bank account because we were just starting. And so again, we went back to the customers and negotiated with our first customer to sort of pre-finance, to give us a loan. That was how we started. Our first customer gave us a loan, and that's the money we went to the farmers and bought the nuts. We used our savings now and kept borrowing. We were really perennial borrowers, borrowing from everybody to pay salaries, to pay, to just to cover our cash flows for a few months until our first container could go. So in December, our first container went, it was half container. We got paid and we went back to the financiers because they had told us, once you do a full cycle, what we call proofing, what's the word? English.
Proof of concept.
Yeah, proving your performance. You have to prove performance in the sense you have bought the nuts, you have processed them, you have packed, you have exported, you have been paid. Then you can come back and tell us. So that's what we did. We did our first container, we went back and showed, look, our books, there's already money going out and money coming in. So they were well done. So we started talking, but they financed only 6 months later, at the end of the season. So that revenue is what we kept circulating. And as we went on to do the second one and the third container, then they started coming. Now they're coming in floods. I'm like giving them appointments. You want to see me for financing? Let's talk. And such a day. Because also the requirements are not fitting. It's still a challenge. They're not fitting what we are able to do because collateral is a big issue for women. Now that's where the differentiation comes in. The men will have their titles. They will just pick them up. They won't even consult you and go and put them in the bank. Me, I don't have title that I can do that. So one time I went to my father and told him, okay, our family home, we could not put it because that's our family home. So I went to my dad and told him, please give me title. Now you know daddies and girls. So he gave me all his titles, take. I brought them. My husband realized I had done that. He took them all back. So it has been all struggles, but it's about negotiating, believing in yourself. It's about putting in what you have. You start with your savings, saving, and then, looking who else can support, and then negotiating your contracts. Negotiate with suppliers, credit periods, 60 days, 90 days, and with your buyers, negotiate advance payments, if possible, that kind of a thing.
Who feels that this should have been a 1 week discussion? You all feel like that, eh? Because I feel like we need to go on and on and on and on. Then I'm looking at Lillian, she's looking at me wondering, Teresa, you have to close. Dr. Riwa Kitungu, you have a question to answer.
I'm so inspired today. Yes, the first question to answer is definitely yes. We are going to do that with the onions, definitely. Yes, we are going to do that. And the question on financing or how I went by,
first question was on partnership
yes,
with
that's
the
what I'm
soil.
saying. Yes, we are
Okay.
definitely
You
going
will
to do that. We are going to have we have a discussion over lunchtime. And the question on financing, I don't want to sound like a motivational speaker, but I got to test the minimum viable product. I got to test the finances and all when I was a farm manager, because my boss, when we were starting, he gave me 1 million shillings in the account. I had to justify, and that was it. So he would come to visit the farm on weekends, take photos, and go back to his work. So I got to, do the whole thing by myself, employ people over time, deploy, salary cuts. What a business owner does, I was privileged to do that through somebody else's money. And I was able to move Nairobi looking for all the markets, every other place, because I was able to do that. I would say he was my boss, but ideally he was my godfather in business, because he was the one person who told me, let me show you how 1 million shillings is made mentally. I come from a very humble background, so that for me was, so it's actually people who make that kind of money. So we sat down, he told me 1 million, it's broken down this way, you do this, you do that. And once I was able to achieve that one through that farm, I became aware. And when the time to leave the farm came, my friend Wangarikura, say hi, she's farm on fire. She came, visited my farm, and I asked her, so how do you do YouTube? She came to see what I was doing in the onions, but we ended up having a sister-to-sister conversation around YouTube about issues with women and all that. So when I was starting, even before the name Onion Doctor came, Wangare was there. She was, yeah, do the first video. So for me as Onion Doctor, I started with social media, YouTube videos. I was privileged to be featured in Youth in Agriculture on mainstream media, newspapers. So I started using social media, YouTube, Twitter. If you Google Onion Doctor, Twitter, I mean, every day, I'm just always there. So I used low-hanging fruits I had already validated the concept, but now people bought, and I used it for marketing. Let me say, for marketing our service as advisory consultants and marketers for onions through social media. I'm very sure, probably the last time I went to Twitter was today in the morning. So for me, social media came through in handy, and having friends who push you. Like Wangare was, Sasa, what are you wearing today? No, you try something different. No, she really helped me a lot in building that. And from that, people bought in. Yeah, up to this point, we've been financing from what you get. I don't know what's the name of that, but from what you make, you move to the next stage. From what you make, you move. So right now is when we are getting ourselves investor ready, putting the structures ready, because we realize now the business is bigger than what we had anticipated for. Yeah. What? Investing, upgrading cash flow. That's a good word. Okay. Okay. I got lost in that. In reinvesting or investing? I'm still thinking what you said. Okay, we have a question from our online viewers to Lucy and Angela. Are you willing to mentor other women? Maybe we could start with Angela.
Mentorship is very important for supporting other women. And for me, I would say that if I was not mentored, I would not be sitting here. I'm very grateful to the Miller Center who took it upon themselves to mentor me well beyond the time we had agreed. Even today, a year later, when the contract should have ended 6 months ago, they still mentor me and I can call them and ask questions. Mentoring is something I'm ready and willing to do. I'm always willing to share, because if people did not share with me, I'm not an aquaculture specialist. So if someone didn't take it upon themselves to mentor me, I would not have been able to achieve what I have. So again, in empowering women, we have to work together. It's a common notion that women are our own worst enemies. And I want to debunk that myth. We can grow together, we can help each other. As a woman, I understand what your challenges are better than a man would. So I believe that if you approached me, or if I had a chance to mentor somebody, I would take it up gladly. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Maybe in a second.
Yes, I'm willing to mentor anyone. For the online viewers, the easiest way to get me, go to Twitter, Onion Doctor, DM. If that's very hard, Facebook, Lucy Wangari, just DM me and we'll pick the conversation. And I always say I'm an enabler in the agribusiness space because I know I am. So I will enable anyone with, as long as it's within my powers and within my network powers.
Thank you. And now we have the final question to Jane. Also from our online viewers, the question is, what challenges do you experience when doing business across board, and how do you overcome that?
Challenges are daily bread for an entrepreneur. I'm sure everybody is agreeing with me as you sit there. They range from big ones. They're all big. They all have potential, to spoil the cake. For instance, when we are the small ones, which you would think are small, is electricity just going off. Just what do you call it? Blackout. Just when we are supposed to be meeting a deadline, and we don't have generators at the moment, and you're thinking, what do you do now? And sometimes we run 24-hour shifts, so sometimes it's even at night. So the women have come to work, they have come to sort the nuts, and it's suddenly dark, and you don't know how long it will take. So some of them are beyond your control at that point. And what we are doing is we have to now think very strategically. So we have to think, how can we deal with this power issue? And so we have installed a solar power generating unit at our company very recently this year. It's not yet what we want, but at least it is It is supplementing the energy that we need, but also we have environmental goals as a strategic goal. We want to make more use of renewable energy. So it's about planning. It's about using what we call a risk-based planning. So that's what we use, risk-based planning. So we do a lot of planning, and we do the planning thinking, putting a risk hat, kofia, you're thinking what could go wrong, what are the assumptions we are making, even as we are planning those big plans, and then we plan a mitigation plan for those risks, because challenges come from the risks we are taking, isn't it? You take risks, you take a risk with a customer, and you have to think what could go wrong. So we then look at the contracts, for example, that we are signing with a customer. Most of the entrepreneurs, and especially women, we don't like reading things. And then when things go wrong, you start saying, well, yeah. So we have really, we are so serious about everything, about contracting. All our contracts have to be reviewed by an advocate. That's why I told you have to invest. If you're thinking scaling, you have to think about how do you invest little by little, because we have also burnt our fingers. We got a customer where we lost a lot of money because we did not read between the lines. I told you about the insurance thing. We did not comply at that point. Now we are fully compliant. We are making sure we have assessed all the risks. Fire, Gikomba the other day, it keeps burning, isn't it? So if you're having a business in Gikomba and it burns, what do? And you haven't insured. It's Woye again, isn't it? And you say, Woye serikali. So, and these are things that could happen. So we assess, we do our planning based on risks, and we do it very comprehensively, and we work as a team. So we have a team of 24 full-time, we have 8 full-time managers whom we sit with every month, apart from the very other regular meetings we have. Every month we sit to review, our past period that we are reviewing, and then plan for the future. And every presentation and every discussion must include risk. What risk are we learning with this, and how are we addressing it, and who is the interested party, who is responsible for it, how much is it going to cost us, when can we be, and then they throw it back to management, of course, and then you have to go and look for funds if it's needing funds and plan for it. You don't have to implement there and then, but then you're aware and start planning for it. So challenges will come. Some of them may not be what you're expecting, like COVID. Now that we can talk the whole day, but COVID affected us in a way we would never imagine. We did not have sales for 9 months. January to October, to September, no sales, 0. And you're running a factory. You have employed 160 people. Now, human resources, you don't just release them like that. There's also a labor law. So it's crazy. So you have to have your head fine. You have to have a way to help yourself in terms of such troubles. Luckily, we are people of faith, by the way, ourselves. We trust God in so many things. So, but apart from that, we don't hide in that. Women hide in God. We don't hide in that. We ensure that we plan. We didn't sit and say, well, yeah, we are affected. Oh, it's bad. We sit with groups of women, things are bad. No. We wear the man's spirit. We say we have a man in us. We sit and think, so now things are like this. What do we do? What can we do about it? What can we sell? What can we dispose of so that we have some liquidity? What customers can we approach? And we keep reviewing those plans.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you have learned quite a lot, and we'll have more time with the ladies even as we interact over lunch and even as they sit down to just get a little bit more. I'm personally quite inspired. I think I've been in the 15 years of Woye, and I think I need to start my year today. And I'm sure quite a number of other ladies are graduating today. Ama niko peke yangu, am I alone in graduating? We are many, yeah? So I console myself. So next year you come, we will be at that level. Thank you so much, ladies. We really appreciate you. Let's kindly appreciate the ladies as, yeah.
Okay, so you've heard the mantra today, no more Woye. No more Woye. Let's put it in the trash can and throw it away. From today, we are running businesses and we are business executives, isn't it? So we put on our ties, no ties, sorry, suits, and we go out and negotiate like business leaders. I think that's a very nice one. Now, unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we will make some readjustments. And this room has been allocated to another group at 2 o'clock. So we have to get out of here before 2. Sorry, you are business executives, you understand that, right? Yeah, so I'm going to call Mumbi Maina to very quickly, maybe in 3 minutes, give us a few highlights on the deal room, the AGRF deal room. Mumbi Maina is Agra's lead on the AGRF deal room. Now the deal room is about investment, and as she is putting up her presentation, yeah, you can use the podium. Yeah, please listen to her very keenly and link up with her after this presentation, because I don't think we will have time to answer the questions. We still have some short group work coming up, and then Thule is here to close for us the session. So, and all that has to be done very, very quickly. Thank you.
3 minutes, and I have a presentation. That's, I have to work some magic. But good afternoon, ladies. I'm so excited to be part of this forum. I'm so excited to hear the mantra, no more woye. And a few words that I picked from the ladies that were on the stage: courage, resilience, be a go-getter, vision, have perspective. The lady from the onion business, as she said, she asks herself every day, what can I do to get 1 shilling from just 1 million Kenyans every day? And we are close to 50 million. So for me, thank you, ladies. It's been very, very, very inspirational. So I want to use the 3 minutes that have been allocated to me to tell you a little bit about the agribusiness deal room, which is a very close relative of Value for Her. The Value for Her platform is focused primarily on women, but the agribusiness deal room is, agnostic, so it's open to men, women, youth. We're not exclusive in that sense, but there's a lot of opportunities for women there that I think we are not capitalizing on. So I won't go through everything in my presentation because of the short time, but I just want to highlight and show you some of what we do. For us, our vision is Africa is the destination for investment opportunities. And the primary sector that we are all invested in agriculture in Africa is agriculture. And that's what we promote. Next slide, Marjorie, please. And so how do we promote this at the deal room? Our thesis is that investors want to come in and invest in agriculture, but they do not have adequate visibility of where the investment opportunities are. And then on the other hand, as SMEs, we don't know where all the investors are. I'm sure if I threw some names around this room, there are a couple that we would say we've never heard of these funds, of these financial institutions. So I'm still on. So we primarily aim to facilitate that connection, to show you to the investors and to show the investors who you are. That's first. The second one is also to provide a platform where you can get partners. You know, not all of us are looking for financial investment, but some of us are looking for other organizations that we can partner with to expand what we're doing. That is our second objective at the deal room, to foster some strong partnerships across borders. The deal room, by the way, is just like Value for Her continental, so across borders and also nationally. The third is we bring to the fore the issues that our SMEs and our investors are struggling with, what's limiting them from progressing, and we bring this to the government. So our friend here, Tule, and Mrs. Motahi, who was here earlier, we take those issues to them as the issues that are being presented to us by the ecosystem. And lastly is the deal room is delivered through a platform of partners. So we find everybody in the ecosystem who's in agriculture and we bring them together to leverage that resource. Now, how can you get engaged at the deal room? Next slide, Marjorie, please. Actually skip a couple of slides because this just shows an overview of who we are. We are 4,600 there, so I hope you're one of those. But how can you get engaged at the deal room and what happens there? So as a company, we have a small, short one-pager form that you would need to complete if you're looking to raise finances. And this could be if you're looking to raise debt or equity. I hope you all attended the Arise trainings that have been happening this year. They were very, very good in helping you clarify, do you want a loan or do you want to sell some of your business to an investor? But if you didn't attend, Sabdi, I'm sure the recordings are available to everybody. Yeah, please. I guess Marjorie may drop the link in the meeting on how you can access these trainings. They were very, very resourceful. Now, the one pager, you complete that one pager. All we require is for you to be a business that's operating in Africa, number one. Number two, to have a product in the market. Once you have those two, you're welcome to submit your profile to the Agribusiness Deal Room for us to look for investors, because we have over 100 investors in there, to look for investors that are looking for what you're offering. I want us as women to take advantage of the movements that are currently happening in our continent today. What movement is this? We're seeing more investors expanding their portfolio of allocation to women-owned businesses. So let's take advantage of the money that's already been hived off for us. Once you submit your profile, we find investors that are linked, that are looking for what you're offering, and we connect you. And you begin the conversation, a journey to investment. Next slide, please, Marjorie. This journey, as she moves to the next slide, I'll just say, you can actually also move to the next slide as well, so that I take the 3 minutes that I've already exhausted. This journey takes long. So, when they spoke about resilience, please prepare yourself for resilience. Sometimes it can take 1 year, sometimes it can take 3 years of talking to very many investors. So let's not give up. Let's just keep trying and keep trying different investors until we find the perfect match of an investor for your specific company. Now, this is just a snapshot of what investors are looking for. I know earlier there was talk of, yes, but we are looking for very little and investors want to give us $10 million. So at the deal room, it's not so small, but I think it's within a range we can accommodate. We have investors that are willing to invest as low as $50,000. That's about 5 million Kenya shillings, which is, I think, a size that most of us will want to go for. So if you fit within that range, please, you're welcome to apply. These investors, like I said, are also hive enough money for women-run enterprises. So please submit. And I want to show you in the next slide, Marjorie, that we had 52% women. That's out of 23 Kenyan companies. That's 12 women companies. In this room, we are probably more than 30 to 40 companies, meaning half of us here are definitely not at the deal room. For many reasons, maybe you're not looking for investment, but if you're looking for investment or partnership, please let's increase that number. Let's not miss out on the opportunity. I know I've seen some here like Prosoya, Beatrice Nkatha of Sogam, Angela of Rio Fish, who was on the stage, who are already part of this 23. But if you're not, please see me over lunch if you'd like to hear more about how to move there into this group. Next slide, please, Marjorie, which might be my last slide. Yeah. So that in a nutshell is who we are as a deal room. We are encouraging you as women to come in. It's a very simple process. If you're looking for investment currently, come in and say you are. If you're not, you can still find partnerships at the deal room and you're welcome. You don't have to be fundraising in the current time. So my name is Mumbi Maina, as Sabdio said, and we can speak over lunch to see more of how you can engage at the agribusiness deal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mumbi. That was really great. You did so well in very short time. And actually, we are heading to the close of this meeting, but there's still 2 sessions that we needed to do. And one is very, very critical, especially in terms of how we move forward. So here is the suggestion, and somebody came up with a brilliant suggestion. Why don't we do that discussion over lunch? The discussion is, remember, this morning we said we are going to come up with 1, 2, 3 priorities for Kenya that we would like to take forward. Remember that conversation? Yeah? Do you think this would be possible over lunch? Yeah? So what we will do, I will explain a little bit how we'll do it, is we are going to have like 4 groups maybe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And we will have a group of 4. This morning we had an extensive conversation around what government in Kenya needs to do. Remember the conversation with Ms. Mutai? Yeah? So we do not need to repeat that, right? But I know from Thule's remarks, and I'm going to introduce her shortly, there may be a few things that will come, so feel free to add that on also. But the other 4 topics that we wanted discussed is, one is around networking, the platform, building that voice. In Kenya, how do you want this done? Just give us 3 top proposals or recommendations from you on how you want this network to be strengthened in Kenya. Is that clear? Just 3 recommendations, 3 top recommendations for the network in Kenya. We know there are very many small networks. The idea is not to replace them. The idea is to give the small networks a home, an umbrella network that is going to strengthen even the smaller networks. So this is question 1. So before we leave this room, everybody will go out with a number, and we would encourage the people within the same numbers to sit together and just, brainstorm as you have your line. So number 1 is networking. Number 2, that we talked about this big market that is opening, Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, right? What are the top 3 things? 3 recommendations that you would like to give as Kenyan women in agribusiness so that you can access this big market that is out there. There are people that are already trading globally. I'm not talking about the likes of Jen Maigwa, because she's already exporting. Of course, she wants to export also within Africa. Yeah. So in that case, the proposal is great. But the issue is, how do we expand our businesses into these growing markets? How do we access higher value markets? 3 proposals, yeah? So the number 2 is what? Is markets. Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. 3 recommendations. The 3rd one is around finance. We've been talking about it all morning. What are the 3 top recommendations you have for financing institutions in Kenya? Remember, we said we are talking about recommendations that are of collective interest. And remember, we are talking also for women who do not have this chance to sit here and deliberate on these issues, because you're all working for a purpose. Your businesses are purpose-oriented. So remember those the women who are serving your supply chains. Yeah? So what are the top 3 recommendations that we want to give to financing institutions in Kenya so that they can support more the businesses of your type, but most importantly, the businesses that are lower and that are within your supply chain? And the 4th one, so how many are those? There are 3. Yes, and the 4th one is technology. There was a lot of talk this morning about counties, industrial parks, processing facilities, Kirdi you mentioned, yeah? KIE was, Kenya Industrial Estate was mentioned, yeah? What are the top 3 recommendations on the technology side? Remember, Alexandra is here as well. She's sitting on some technologies herself, yeah? And feel free to reach out to her over lunch to know what she has. Unfortunately, we've run out of time. We wanted to give you a bit of time to demonstrate, but these guys will kick us out in the next few minutes. So I'll stop here. So the 4th group is about technology, yeah? So before we exit the room, we just take the numbers so that we can come together around those 4 groups. Okay, thank you so much. And without extending this any further, and before they come, I invite Thule Lenea. She's from the Ministry of Agriculture. She's the coordinator, technical coordinator for the Ministry of Agriculture. And I give her the floor to give us some closing remarks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for making it. We called her last night and she said, because it is women of Kenya, I'm not going to be left out. So she's going to take our issues to the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you so much, Dole.
That's a big task, Subdeal. Afternoon, ladies, and thank you so much for inviting me to attend. It's amazing to see a room actually full of women in agribusiness. My name is Thule, the H is silent, Leneye. I am the Agriculture Transformation Office Coordinator at the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. We have a big name. And for me, Subdeal, thank you for inviting me to give the closing remarks. I've listened to the panel and I'm very inspired to see the progress a lot of our women have made in what has traditionally been the boys' club. I mean, you can imagine even for me in the ministry, it's been a lot of work trying to make them understand that hearing our voices is not the only thing that needs to be done. There needs to be action. Right? So our focus has now been on being action-oriented and moving from just having conversations such as this, but making it actually happen for each of the women who are involved in agribusiness. So to you, we salute you, or even say it on behalf of the Cabinet Secretary, because he appreciates that women do a lot more of the work in agriculture, from the production side, from the logistics, from the processing, and we need to do a lot more. So I'm just going to respond to some of the questions that I heard about the boys' club, but I look at this group as being solution-oriented. We mustn't see ourselves as women now wearing a blazer and a jacket and a suit, because as women, we're already solution-oriented. If you think of how much work we do in our homes, in our family lives, we're always solving problems. That's the way we need to look at our businesses, as something that's an extension of us. And then also on the agribusiness deal room, my office as the ATO is taking the lead for ministry, so please feel free to reach out to us. We will be taking action on that to make sure we're creating more visibility of what the government is doing in agribusiness support, promoting SMEs in particular. And like Mumbi mentioned, we are gender agnostic, but we like to see more women participating. And very soon we'll have an investor roadshow. And we'll be doing it with Agra. So we will let you know when that comes up, and hopefully it'll be in January so that the year starts off with a bang. Finally, on regulatory and education, I know we've done a poor job as ministry, but we'll continue to do better. We're now working more closely with counties, as well as our partners, in making sure that documentation is available. It's more readily available, more readily understood. We've had a number of barazas, so I'm not happy to hear that some of you still haven't attended, but we'll make sure that you join our mailing lists and participate in sessions and forums such as this, so that you can get a better understanding of what it is to invest in agriculture and agribusiness. But with those few remarks, Abdil, because I recognize that we are tight for time, thank you all and thank you so much for inviting me and good luck with your businesses. We are certain that you'll be our next billionaires. Thank you.
When this lady talks about action and only talks for 2.5 minutes, it's because she's too busy getting things done. So I just want you to understand that it's about action and not about talk. And we love working with Tule. And when she says we're working together, we really are. We're hand in hand, day by day. So I think the doors being opened from Anne this morning and from Tule here, you have every support you should possibly need. Thank you so much.
Okay, so we actually have run out of time, and by the time the last person leaves this room, I am sure the other group will be at the door. So let's do this. Lillian, where are you? Okay, so kindly be at the entrance so that everybody takes a number as they're leaving, and then please sit together within those numbers. But how will you even know? Oh, okay, we'll find out. We'll find out there, yeah? We solve problems, remember? So we will solve it there. So for now, I want to thank you all so much for coming. Thanking our audience that is online so much for the patience and for the resilience and for everything that we have learned this morning and for all the commitment that we have taken this morning. Thank you so much. Thanks to Dr. Teresia for stepping in for the facilitation. She's really a wonderful facilitator. So great to spot that already. And thanking our team, John Masharia, the country manager for Agra. A lot of things will come through him. So make sure you know him. Make sure you know Lillian. Lillian, thank you so much. Please stand up. Yeah, so Lillian is our champion. A lot of things will come through her. Please take her number, yeah, and tell us how you are doing. And as promised, next year, we are going to have structured engagement with government, with financiers, with market actors. So we will have this one-on-one with the count. For example, we're just discussing a possible meeting sometime next year with the Council of Governors so that you do not have all these challenges around allocation of facilities and infrastructure at markets and so on and so forth. So mark that and ask us for it. Thank you so much. Let's go for lunch. Okay, one more thing. As usual, as women, we have housekeeping issues, and I think since we will not be allowed to come back to this room after lunch, I think we'll just carry most of what we came with, if not all that we came with. And then I'll be managing, as we indicated, your transport reimbursements, and for the ones we accommodated, your DSA. But since we cannot do it here, I am proposing we do it where we did our COVID test. But because again, we are many, I think we'll be managing maybe in groups of 10. I think either during lunch or immediately after lunch. So that will be on the 5th floor. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you all for coming. Have a great lunch. Bon appetit. Okay.